Hello Twitch. Hello YouTube. Hello Macy if you're still here. Let's see. Yeah, top right works nicely here. The man himself here to yap about some turtles. That's right. Did you give permission for that AI art of you? I think the guy reached out for that article. What was it already? Or was it a YouTube? I don't think I did. I'm assuming the guy didn't realize. What was it already? Yeah, I don't know. Please, the bonus sheet has solid reprints. I heard there's Jitte. You can draft the Jitte. Didn't realize that it's not kosher to just AI art someone for your article. That's kind of wild. I think you'd be surprised at like just in general the stuff that people don't think twice about stuff like that and don't think it's a big deal or anything. If you're not like in some bubble and reading about it, like thinking about it, you're just super. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm off on that, but like, stuff that seems obvious to you, some people maybe don't really think about that much. I agree people should care more, but if there's no one in your circle talking to you about that stuff or okay, I've basically seen none of these cards. I don't have to. I mean, I'm sure there'll be some important arena events using that draft set, but it's also not going to be a draft set for the Pro Tour. Next one will be, what is it, Strixhaven, right? That's going to be the draft set for Pro Tour Las Vegas. But pretty big deal for everyone playing in the European Championship. It would be in Turin. That's in 10 days. So basically, set its pre-release this weekend, goes online next Tuesday, Wednesday, and the people competing in the European Regional Championship have to submit their deck list Friday in 10 days. I'm assuming there's a few other European or a few other regional championships left. Feel like I haven't seen too many results from Asia. Maybe there's one left in South America. Canadians and Americans are done. So, I mean, it'd be kind of nuts if you like just break Turtle and figure out like the one or two good card and just have a big edge for that regionals. So, gonna try and help people out, I guess. And obviously, just for me, just fun, and it is nice. Maybe even for modern, like I'm always a little jealous of like Spike because usually when a new set comes out, I just have to focus on the Pro Tour format, which is usually standard, and I can't try stuff on stream. And Spike's just out there trying all the cool new stuff, and that might be fun too. Um, Not just standard. Maybe there's a card or two that are good in modern. So we'll see. Might just read through the comments too, just a bit, just to get a sense for the limited format and whatnot. Might do that today. I'll be streaming on Ultimate Guard tomorrow too on the Ultimate Guard live channel. Gonna go give them a follow now. Just twitch.tv/Ultimate Guard Live. I'll stream for at least 2 hours. I might just do longer because I don't have anything. I have kind of the afternoon off tomorrow, so there's all those little things I need to take care of. But yeah, Ultimate Guards just fighting the Wasteland Wednesdays. Oh, there aren't that many cards. Interesting. So what does that mean for draft if it's a smaller set? Draft cards 190. How many was Slornik? Oh wow, like a third less of cards? Hmm. Oh, it's pick to draft again? Maybe I won't be like playing that limited set that much. I heard like mixed reviews from pick 2 last time. I feel some people were enjoying it actually. Alright, Action News Crew. White and 1, 2/2 Human Citizen, Vigilance. 6 channels. So channel is not a new ability. 6 discard. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Draw a card. Can do it at instant speed. It's a trick. Seems like a great common to me, but maybe not. So the fear is that 2/2 for 2 vigilance is like not a great rate in the early game, and that ability is kind of nice, but you do need some creatures in play. Maybe there's a lot of removal. Maybe there's not a lot of things that make tokens. There's like token makers in white though. That card could be really solid. Oh, channel 6 like April. Right, nice. Mona Lisa Cauldron. Is that the list that was shared in my Discord or is that a different one? Looks pretty similar. Oh no, I'm not sure you had the talent. Okay, so you're basically trying to make infinite mana. Mona Lisa taps, add X mana of any one color, whereas it's Mona Lisa's power. You can untap it with Flood Valley color. Cauldron. You got the Storm Chaser Talon Boomerang basics engine was Rolling Dragon Storm, Seam Rip. Well, don't you want dragons for that card? You're just. Is that the best we can do? And you're not playing the 3 mana artifact? The Filch Core? That's kind of cool synergy. Alright, Agent Bishop, Man in Black. Agent Bishop, Man in Teenage. I don't know the. I know mostly, basically, my knowledge of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle is the cartoon from the whatever it is, 80s, 90s, and then really the first movie. I think I saw one of the more recent movies. One of the more recent anime movies on the plane not that long ago, too. Alright, 1/2 legendary creature, human soldier, always good types. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creature. Yes, it's like a super Luminarch aspirant. Except it's a legend, puts counters on itself. Seems like a good card. Let's bring up, just for reference to what's going on in Standard right now. Most played decks recent weekend is Lessons. Had a good win rate. Mono Green Landfall had a very good win rate. Demir Demons didn't perform super well. Demir mid 50%. Okay. Simic Rhythm slightly below average. Azorius Tempo 50. Spelementals. Is It Prowess was kind of the breakout deck. Apparently it had like almost no bad matchups. And then nothing. That is like, I want to say incredibly balanced, but a lot of these decks are like close to 50, 48. How did Demir Control do? Probably terrible. Oh, 50.5. Could be worse. So any white aggressive decks, Azorius Tempo, make a 2/4 Voice of Victory, Boros Dragons, yeah. I mean, you can't really play a white creature deck without a lot of interaction right now, just because there's the Cub decks and whatnot. So it's kind of tricky. Does that mean probably the more interaction you play, the more you want your creatures to be actually high impact though. A April O'Neil Kunoshi trainee, a white and one human ninja. Oh, we have some ninjas. Legendary creature 2/2 for a common legend. Cool. When April O'Neil enters, cry 2. April O'Neil can't be blocked by creatures whose power 3 or greater. Okay. Probably a pretty good common, especially if there's ways to abuse the can't be blocked. Dimensional Exile. When I say that, I mean for limited. Dimensional Exile. White and one. There's a lot of common legends, too many. Yeah, I don't know about what happens for limited. I mean, honestly, if that's their way of catering to commander is like print a bunch of random legends, like why not? Maybe Esper and Ninjas with Skydo because of the to abuse the emblem. I mean, this is not like splash worthy, but there's enough cards. Shen basic land you control aura. When this aura enters, exile target creature and open controls until this aura leaves the battlefield. Basic land in standard. I mean, that's basically a mono white cards. And you even have Price of Freedom that targets any land that sees a bit of play. Right, doesn't it Planeswalker? Do we just have like, is the authentication still legal in standard? Probably is, right? 2/4 Flying Vigilance for 4. Whenever another creature control enters, this creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Seems solid. Could be good if, could be solid comment if the 4 toughness blocks well, the turn it comes into play too. Featherbrain Filter, Bird Mutant, O2 for white flying. When this creature leaves the battlefield, create a food token. I mean, I'm assuming there's a lot of blink stuff. Because that card's an uncommon. And it doesn't strike me as especially good. But maybe, is ninjutsu in the set? Right, there's the ninjutsu variant. Yeah, I forgot what it's called. Okay, that card might be really important then. And then in constructed with the pixie deck, what you do with an extra food token lying around? Probably not that much. Grounded for life. White and 4. Instant dispel cost fearless cast with tap. Targets a tap creature. Destroy. So that's a worse ride or die. It's like ride or die that destroys instead of exiles. Is uncommon moment not better. Yeah, I mean that filter does not seem great for constructed. Ride or die still standard legal. A white instant target creature gets +1/+3 and gains flying until turns. Cry 1. I flying ace, bird mutant, 2 free flying for free. 4 target creature was that flying, gains flying until a turn, all acting only as a sorcery. Could be good, could be bad, depends on like how big creatures are in the set. Janika, Bad Apple, Big Sister. 5 mana. Legendary Mutant Ninja Turtle. When Janika enters, create a 2/2 red mutant creature token and has Plane Cycling. Plane Cycling, discard this card. Search Plains card, any Plains card. Plane Cycling. I mean, it's not very exciting. Not good enough. Not good enough for living in either, probably. Pretty weak. Koya Depth from Above. 2/1 for free, 2/1 flying. When it enters, exile up to 1 other target creature. At the end of the next end step, you may pay a black and free if you don't return that creature to the battlefield under its owner's control. So you can blink your own stuff. And if you blink their stuff, you can make it go away forever by paying the extra costs. Doesn't like Black Overlords. This card's just too weak for constructed, right? Playing pretty. Yeah, we're going to Two-Headed Giant this weekend on Saturday with Liz. When are we gonna get a strictly better Flickerwith? Maybe never. I mean, Flickerwith sees plays in Legacy and stuff, right? Maybe not Legacy, but yo, Marco, thank you so much for the raid. Thanks for sending your people over. Just catching the beginning of the stream. We're doing set review. People can share standard decks with the new cards for early access. I'm gonna try and build decks too if I see anything that's worth it. A couple people have already shared a list with the Mona Lisa Science Geek and caught around to make a lot of mana and go off. The last running technique. Alright, that's the first sneak card. A white and free instant or sneak. The sneak is Nanjutsu, but it's also for spells. You may cast this spell for a white and 1 if you also return a non-block attacker you control to hand during the declare blocker step. Oh, interesting. So you can't do it after damage. So it's a little different, right? Because Nanjutsu you can just do it at the end of combat. It's also cast, so you can counter it. Good call. Create free 1/1 Ninja Turtle Spirit creature tokens. If this spell sneaks cost was paid, they enter tapped and attacking. Okay, I mean, pretty nice curve if you go turn 1 filter, attack, sneak, free 1/1s attacking. Meaning they can't be blocked too. And then we were talking about the action use crew, the channel ability, so it's pretty good. Uncommon, yeah. Two uncommons, but it's also a 190 card set, so pretty small set. That card could do something with voice and constructed at some points. Yeah, or just Esper was, I mean, was Blue Curiosity. Really was both Curiosities, but 3 tokens was the Blue Curiosity. That's a lot of tokens. Yeah, it's on my list, but Roll Ninjas for Kaido, yeah. That's for a ninja incoming. Although that card's not bad, it was a fleeting curiosity too. Can always sub to Gab and rewind the VOD. Actually, you can rewind the VOD if you're not subbed. I'm a man of the people. I let the rich pay for everyone. Leader's talent. All right, the first rare on our second rare. White and one. Whenever you attack, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature. Okay, a white and two, so you can curve into it. Whenever a creature control leaves the battlefield, if it had a counter on it, you gain 2 life. It's pretty underwhelming. 4. Whenever you cast a spell, put a +1/+1 creature. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Seems pretty bad to me. Seems a lot of mana to invest and just getting picked apart by removal, and who cares about gaining life really for the most part. Anyone think that card is good? Pretty bad for a rare. Good morning, Sikube. I'm not trying to say your name. Limited Bane constructed garbage. Yeah, it is probably pretty strong in constructed. Alright. Leonardo Big Brother, a common. White and two sneak for 1. Leonardo gets +1/+0 for each other creature you control, and it's a 1 free. I mean, it's pretty hard. Probably nothing, to go crazy about, but I could see that card fitting a constructed deck as a one of. It's a legend. I don't know. There's a lot of legends apparently, so it's gonna be tricky for deck. Well, tricky. Hey, Ursay was the spoilers. All right, Leonardo Cutting Edge, a white and one. Mutant Ninja Turtles, sneak one. So 1/1 life blank for 2. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Leonardo. So it's a Johnny's Pride Mate that has life blank, but it's a 1/1. And it has sneak. Good cards. Better or worse than a Johnny's Pride Mate? Not counting the fact that it's a legend, so you probably can't play 4. Was the sneak? I mean, I would guess it's better. The sneak demands some kind of like deck building, though. I mean, the sneak is kind of nice. Was because you bounce your creature, then you replay them. Was your like enduring innocence or yeah, enduring innocence? You retriggered your soul wardens type of cards. So there's some synergy there. If you can sneak it, it's a 2/2. Yeah. Yeah, I got my live game brew got a new card. I think it's worse because of the bounce as lost resources. I mean, you can just cast it for 2 mana. Ninja Pixie, yeah. Definitely sounds like all these ninja cards with Kaido. Alright, I mean, this is not like a card that's gonna, like, really take mono white live gain or white black live gain to the next level, but it's fine. Leonardo leader in blue. A white for 2-1. Savannah Lion. Let's see. When Leonardo enters, if his sneak cost plus spade, creatures you control get +2/+1 until off turn, and the sneak cost is 5. It's a lot of setup to get value. And then a white and 1, Leonardo gains first strike until on of turn. I mean, it's a good card. It's hard to block. It's fine, but I mean, the creature decks and standards are just way too good. It's kind of nice with Kaido. Once again, Legends. Probably just like a one-up, right? In your Esper Ninja deck. At best a one-of. Can you imagine playing more than one? Leonardo Stewart. Why are people so down about that set? I mean, one, we get like a million sets a year. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Also, like, just don't buy the cards. Just vote with your wallet if you really think it's that bad. Leonardo Stewart Samurai. Any MTG finance advice on cards to buy first? My RC is 2 weeks after TMNT prelays. Well, that's what I'm gonna try and do the next, 10 days is help people out for the RCs and whatnot. So we'll see. Mythic. Sneak 4 mana, costs a white and 3, sneak 2 white and 2, double strike. Sneak double strike, okay. During your turn, you may cast creature spells with power or toughness 1 or less from your graveyard. If you cast a spell this way, that creature enters with a finality counter on it. And it's not restricted to 1 a turn. During your turn, you may cast creature spells with power or toughness 1 or less from your graveyard. If you cast a spell this way, that creature enters with finality counter on it. I mean, if you get that thing to live, it's pretty nice. Still, though, like competing was the Blue Curiosity, potentially competing with Kaido. Is there one power toughness creature that removes counter? Yeah, I think you can remove the the fluting nuisance, right? It's worded that you can remove any kind of counter on them. So technically you can like bring back that card and remove its finality counter. Like same for Glen Elendra. What's the name of that cards? Really? I guess I don't know the name of the cards. Splitter. I actually don't own any, well. This creature enters with a -1/-1 counter on it. Remove a counter from this creature. It's a pretty cool combo. I'm sure there's a few others. So does the elf that can blight and surveil. Oh, the 1/2. Yeah, you can just pick up the card that has a counter on it too and refresh it. Mockingbirds. I don't know, it's powerful, but expensive. Like pretty balanced design. I don't know. All right, Leonardo's technique. 4 mana sorcery. 2/2 sneak. Return one or two target creature cards, each with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. So 6 mana worth of creatures for 4/2. Brings back Sephiroth. I don't know, there's a lot of that stuff. Like Leonardo does a bit of that, the technique does a bit of that. It works with Oculus. Pretty nice with Oculus. Is there another busted one besides Oculus? I mean, Oculus is good enough. Like I played a Jeskai Oculus deck not that long ago, and it was like felt pretty decent. So I'm sure the list. Any cards with potential modern application so far? Probably not. The 2 mana 4/5 from Avatar was a water bending 5 additional sets. Yeah. The Primates in modern. Oh, someone was saying that plus Ballista. Yeah. So that plus Ballista in Modern. Lita, Little Orphan Amphibian. A white and a 1 legendary for 2. Alliance. Whenever another creature you control enters, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. Put a +1/+1 counter on Lita. Create a food token. Scry 1. It's kind of cool in Affinity. You play that. You play a 0. You get a food token. People usually don't play white in Affinity. And it would be a 1 of, and you have to hold your zeros. What else? What else? What else? Whenever another creature you control enters. A white Gala Greeter. Yeah. Make her move, reprint. Mighty mute animals. Oh, not a legend. Mutant Rebel. White into 2/1. When this creature enters, create a 2/2 red mutant creature token. Alliance. Whenever another creature you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Wow, so it triggers. So you get. That must be. The uncommon seems pretty strong for drafts. I mean, all the cards seems really strong for draft so far, right? Like, there's only 190 cards, but the packs are gonna be stacked, unless the other colors are worse. But Ornithopter standard one. All we're asking for. Yeah, it's a pick two format. Prehistoric pet. A 1/2 for a white, not a legend. Dinosaur Ninja. A 1 mana ninja. That's not a legend. Let's see it. A rare. Is it any good? This creature can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. It's a good start. White and a 1 tap. Return another target creature you control to its owner's hand. Activate only during your turn. It's like kind of a weak ability, but kind of ability that can win you a mid game, right? Just activate that thing twice on something and Return another target creature controlled to its owner's hand. I mean, you could combo with Riddler, Siren. Great to like get Kaido in play, obviously. The card seems solid. It's like good in the early game, good in the late game. Good with Floodpit Drowners, good with Spyglass Siren. Yeah, no, I mean, that card could just be really, really busted. Each of the turtle restricted to one color. Oh, I don't know. Looks like it. We've only had Leonardo's in white so far. Quintessential Katana. That pet is probably like the most exciting card so far, right? I would say. Go one drops, yeah. Go one drops are just key. Quintessential Katana. One white equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and as whenever this creature deals combat damage, untap it and you gain 2 life. Whenever a ninja you control enters, you may attach this equipment to it. Okay, so you play it on the one, put in a ninja, and ninjutsu, untap, gain life, +1/+1. I don't know, seems fine for limited. Sully Pride, Lioness Leader, 5 mana, Cat Mutant Rebel, 2/4. When it enters, create X 2/2 red mutant creature tokens where X is the number of non-token creature you control. Alright, so if that's your only creature and it doesn't die, you at least get one. Whenever Sally Pride attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. I mean, basically you have to compare it to Elspeth, right? Is that card ever going to be better than Elspeth? It's good. What is Elspeth? Goes in your Rebel deck? Oh, that's cool, yeah. I mean, it is potentially more powerful than Elspeth. Also, was Arena of Glory in Modern? 5 mana is a lot for Modern. Pretty nasty was Arena of Glory. Kahira Compliance. Okay. So it's Elspeth, though. Seems like a fine top end, honestly. Seems like good top end card if that's what you need. It also triggers, I guess Elspeth triggers the Curiosity as well. I mean, it is nice that it ends the game really fast, but I guess Elspeth also ends the game really fast. Triceraton Commander. Wait, it's a commander, but it's not a legend. Make it make sense. White, white, X and X. Flying, 2/2. Whenever this creature attacks, dinosaurs you control other than this creature get +1/+1 and gain flying until end of turn. This creature enters, create X 2/2 white dinosaur cylinder. Oh, okay. So 2/2 flying for 2. Not a legend. They pump each other. For 4 mana, you get a 2/2. 6 mana, you get 2/2/2s. That card seems pretty weak to me. Yeah, it's just weak, right? Unless someone one drop. That just the mana dork for dinos. Yeah. Turncoat Kunyoshi, a white and 2, free 2, mutant ninja fox, sneak, white, black and 2. When this creature enters, choose target creature and opponent controls. Exile that creature until this creature leaves the battlefield. If this creature sneaks Cosmo Spade, instead exile the chosen creature. Seems like a good version of these type of cards. It's a ninja, it's a good type. Yeah. Seems like it could be a role player. The Esper Ninja deck's gonna be interesting to build. There's so many cards to choose from. Also, it's a little slow, but with the pets, eventually you just, I mean, if you can like live against all the green decks and not get ran over, you just start exiling all their stuff every turn. You can cast one on turn 3, attack on turn 4, sneak in another, exiling the creature for goods. Yeah, it's not the most efficient thing. You're spending a lot of mana to get rid of one creature and getting in for free damage. But yes. Ketramos. How do you enable sneak and Orzhov? The pets. Pixie. There's some black menace creatures. The Moon Shadow. I don't know, menace creatures, flying creatures. There's the 1/1 Surveil Fairy. Cecil, Cecil. I always struggle with that name. Turtles Forever. 4 mana instant. Search your library and or outside the game. Is that like your sideboard still, or is that outside the game for exactly 4 legendary creature cards you own with different names? Then reveal those cards. Everyone chooses 2 of them. Put the chosen cards in your hand and shuffle the rest in your. Oh, it doesn't go to the graveyards. That card seems wildly unplayable to me. Is there anything cool you can do with that, or it's just awful cards? If it went to the graveyard, at least you could maybe do something in Modern where you get like Atraxa, Gristlebrand, you just get 4 Legends, Ulamog, and then 2 going to the bin. Would it have been really too strong if the cards went to the graveyards? Any good card for T2 or Modern? The ninjas we only so the ninja stuff seems pretty good. Like the obvious deck so far is Esper Ninja with Kaido. You've got that really good 1-drop, I think. The pet. You get that you have that guy who like exiles creatures when you sneak. Seems solid. Uh, Leonardo is pretty powerful. There's a few one-ofs that you can play because they're legends. Also, the one list people have shared so far is we haven't gotten to green yet, but some Cotter deck is Molossi. I mean, I'm assuming like Cotter and combo deck is like too tough to pull off, but we'll see. On ECL line, so white and white, orange and creature, pacifist, and then 5 sack exile creature. You create a 1/1 black ninja. Um, it's like kind of a reprint from like a few sets ago, right? I see, pretty good for limited. You can also do Kaido at end of combat with the end damage creature triggers in the set. Priel O'Neill Hacktivist, a white and free legendary creature human scientist, 1/5 and main of your end step, draw a card for each card type among spells you cast this turn. So you play it and you draw cards. Beginning of your end step, draw a card for each card type among spells you've cast this turn. Seems pretty bad. Maybe good in modern, yeah, bubbles and whatever free spells, but 4 mana payoff in your what? It would probably be in an Infinity deck or hello Celestian. Welcome to the channel. Also, hello everyone on YouTube that I always ignore. Oh, no one even chats. There's Blanchild who says yellow. Yellow to you too. Yeah, I mean, 4-drop in Affinity, you're literally competing with like Urza and so many nut cards. Even like competing with, there's so many good free cards that feel too clunky. The free mana Kaido might be decent in the Ninja deck. The blue one, yeah. Double blue on turn 3 might be tricky if you're playing Esper. Get it consistently. April, Reporter of the Weird. Blue and 2, Human Dictator Legend. When it deals combat damage, a player draw that many cards. Oh, and then this. Oh, wow. I mean, scary limited cards. Human Detective. So you draw 2, discard 1. Probably pretty hard to get through and construct it and live and stuff. Bespoke Bow. Blue and 2 when the Screaming enters, return up to 1 other target non-land permanent to its owner's hands. Mana War Equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+1 and has Vigilance equip free. Is there like ways to blink it in standard? Ways to blink an artifact? I mean, I guess in an artifact deck, the equipment part you don't care about. From Spider-Man sets. You can technically copy it with a planet. You can loop them to trigger synthesizer. Alright. Buzzbots. Robot insects. A blue and 1 artifact creature. Flying Vigilance. When it dies, draw cards. Alright. I like how you can cast food now. Is food a good card type? Probably not. I don't know, probably not. Crab Mutant Soldier. Blue and 1. When this creature enters, create a mutagen token. It's, oh, first mutagen card. It's an artifact. It's like kind of a map, right? 1 tap, sack this token, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Oh no, it's just counter. Okay, so it's like a map, except you can never get a land, so worst map. It's an artifact, sack, tag, put a mostly a worse map. 2 game objects for 2 mana. Yeah, I mean, it's just infinitely worse than a Spyglass Siren, right? Why would you ever want to put that card in your deck? No, it's not even an artifact itself. Does machines? Blue and 1. Alright, the white one was pretty underwhelming. I know the red one is pretty exciting for like the Ragdos Monument deck and whatnot. When this class enters, mail 2 cards, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards. Alright, so not card advantage, but that's a lot of churning, a lot of milling. A lot of filling up the graveyards. still mostly worse than like something like a charter course. Is charter course standard legal? Like modern age. Is that card still not modern, standard legal, I mean. Alright, what's level 2? A blue and a 1. When this class level becomes level 2, return up to 2 target artifact cards from your graveyard to your hands. Okay, so artifact based cards. That's pretty powerful. I don't know about pretty powerful, but it's good value. And 5. At the beginning of your combat, on your turn, put 3+1/+1 counters on target artifact you control. If it isn't a creature, it becomes a 0/0 robot. Okay, so it's like a win condition. I mean, it does it all. Like card selection, card advantage, and just win condition. So build around cards. It is very slow though. Assuming there's nothing broken enough you can do in standard, maybe more of a modern cards. Charter course is standard legal. Pretty pushed. It is pushed, but if this is playing standard, it's in superior Sultai. There's some good artifact creatures. Is it what like is it what like the artifact standard deck was missing? I don't even remember what artifact decks should look like. I mean, I agree it's better than the white one. It has more potential than the white one. What about in a dumb like in stock affinity in modern right now? Would that card be exciting? The mill doesn't really help you. If you have Emery going, you're probably doing okay already. I mean, returning 2 bubbles. It flips to Mio. Flips to Mio right away. Yeah. And then the games do get like seems like a pretty good card against I was gonna say against Rab Disguise, but no, it gets got by Rab Disguise. Yeah, I am getting back 2 bubbles or 2 anythings really. I don't know. I could see like little 1 or 2 ofs. Just straight up modern, no changes, you know. Maybe in the cutter version, but not regular affinity. I think that card does a lot. It's not super explosive, but strong synergies in standard, really? Seems very slow for standard. Oh, first Donatello. Donatello Gadget Master. Blue and 2. 3/2. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, create a token that's a copy of target artifact you control. I mean, there's some sweet artifacts to copy, but and then sneak a blue and 1. I mean, you're probably mostly copying maps in the early game from Spyglass Siren. Copy monuments, pretty ambitious. Good luck building a cohesive deck with that card and monument. I mean, turn 1 Spyglass Siren, turn 2 Sneak that into play, deal 3 damage, get a second map. That's like not a bad deal, honestly. I sneak different. So sneak's different because it's still casting, so you can still counter it. And it's also you can't do it after damage. It has to be in the unblock phase. What do I care about another map? I don't know, it just adds up. But yeah, can probably do better. Donatello Mutant Mechanic. Free 5/4 Mythic Legend. Tap, put 3+1/+1 counters on target artifact you control. It's not a creature, it becomes a 0/0 robot, da da da. Activate only as a sorcery. Whenever an artifact you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, if it had counters on it, put this counters on up to one target artifact or creature you control. So it works with like Ravager stuff. So what happens when a Ravager dies? Whenever an artifact you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, if that counters on it, put this counters on up to one target artifact or creature you control. So it like doubles the counters from a Ravager. I mean, 4 mana is just too expensive. That card's not gonna be good in standard. This plus Cauldron means all your trash artifacts animate. Yeah, not a bad one to put on Cauldron, I guess. Donatello Turtle Techie. 4 mana, free 4. When it enters, if you control an artifact, you draw a card. Okay, pretty nice for limited. Donatello Wayward's Machines. 1/2 for a blue and 2. Flying whenever an artifact you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on Donatello. Whatever. Ooh, new divination. Donatello's technique. Blue and 2, sneak 1 blue, draw 2 cards. Is that good? 1 blue, draw 2. 3 mana if you don't sneak it. You have stock ups, you have Storm Chaser talent, Boomerang basics. You kind of want a board presence for your Kaido. Maybe it's not in a Kaido deck, maybe it's in a different deck. Maybe OK and Pixie. Isn't it literally Chart a Course? Somewhere in between. No spot where this is playable. Yeah, maybe if you're trying to trigger cards where you need to draw cards. Could be another card that's better in modern than standard because of Ornithopter, etc. Yeah, probably nothing great to do with that. Fugitive Droid, a blue artifact creature, robot scientist. This creature can't be blocked if an artifact enters the battlefield under your control this turn. Blue sack, counter target spell that targets an artifact or creature you control. Feels more like a modern card. Counter target spell that targets an artifact or creature you control. The Droid, oh my bad, I'm over it. Yeah, it's 1 mana. 1/1 for 1 artifact. I don't know. Doesn't solve your Rav Disguise problem, which is probably something you care a lot in modern. Kitsune Dragon's Daughter. 6 mana. Fox Warlock Avatar Legend. 6/6 for 6 vigilance. Whenever Kitsune enters or deals combat damage to a player, you may exchange control of 2 other target creatures controlled by different players. Alright. Kitsune's Technique. Apparently it's the most messed up card in the set. 6 mana. Instant. Target opponent mills half their library rounded up. And it's also Sneak 2 mana. You can make half your opponent's library on turn 2. Insane. Is it good in Modern? Was your crabs? I mean, all the crabs, they don't have Defender, right? I guess if you never sneak it, it's 6 mana. This is auto win against control. Nah, half their deck's not enough. The mirror meal in Modern might side this versus decks that combo crab. Yeah. It's kind of dangerous though. And you're really screwed if they kill your crabs. Krang Mastermind, 8 mana, legendary artifact creature, Utrum Warrior, 1/4, affinity for artifacts. So 8 mana is 1 more than Thought Monitor for reference. That's a lot. When Krang enters, if you have fewer than 4 cards in your hand, which you'll usually have, you maybe have like 1 or 2 cards left. Let's say like 1 on average. Just draws you 3 cards. It gets +1/+0 for each other artifact you control. Okay, so it's just a worse Thought Monitor, really. Draws you 2 cards. It's 1 cheaper. Has flying. Obviously, it hits really hard, but I don't know. Maybe you play 1. Maybe I'm underestimating Krang a bit. You potentially draw 4 cards. Not enough. Yeah, I mean, Soul is double blue. Yeah, I mean, if you're casting an 8 mana affinity card, you probably have the 2 blue, but yeah, it does add up. Caracas. 5 mana 4/4 legend. Robot turtle. When it enters, return up to 1 other target artifact or creature to its owner's hand. Red sack. Second other artifact. Put a bustle. Okay. Random. Limited card. Mind Transfer Protocol. Blue and 2 instant until end of turn. Target artifact or creature becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness 4/5. Draw cards. Seems like a strong limited trick. Have they ever printed a card in limited that does that? Like cantrip and pumps your creature like that? Or is that the first time they put draw a card on an effect like that? Maybe it was more expensive before. Maybe it was like 4 mana. Kamigawa? Dude, how do you even know that? Or like, was there a recent Kamigawa? You see Kamigawa. Yeah, I guess it was a recent Kamigawa. Neon Dynamo. Wait, what was the name of that card? Suit up. Instant. Until end of turn, target creature vehicle becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness 4/5. Draw a card. Yeah, I don't remember that card that much. I remember the name and stuff, but I don't remember playing with or against it a lot. Mondo Gecko. Blue 1. Lizard Mutant. Legend. 2 free. 1 discard a card until end of turn. It becomes a color of your choice and gains hexproof from that color. It's like a wild mongrel. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card for each color among permanents you control. Let's say you play with 1 mana up. You can protect it. It's a discard outlet. You still have to get it through to draw cards. Seems bad to me. Like unplayable bad. Mondo Gecko is the kind of card I wish was good enough for standards. Negate. You guys seriously try to do this with jump kicks. Oospell. Oh, cancel. What did he do with cancel this time? Blue 1 instant counter target spell, create a mutagen token. Yeah. Uncommon. Ray Fillet, Man Ray. Blue and free flying fish mutant. When it enters, you get a mutagen token to remove a +1/+1 from a creature you control, draw cards. Okay, next. Rennet Temporal Apprentice. 5 mana, 4 free flash human wizards. You kind of have my attention. 5 mana is a lot, but 4 free flash human wizards. When Rennet enters, return each other non-land permanent that entered this turn to its owner's hands. Meh. Is there an infinite combo returning your stuff? Retro mutation. Blue and 2 flash, aura, enchanted creature. Enchanted creature is a turtle with base and power 01. It can't attack and loses all ability. Can't attack, but does block. 3 mana. I don't know if you're an aura deck. Aura triggers something for you. I mean, there's unable to screen, that's illegal. Discard this in response to living in the Rennet. Return to the sewers. Yes, please. A blue and free instant. Target creature. Owners put it on top of on their choice of the top or bottom of their library, and you get a mutagen token. I mean, that card's probably pretty good at limited, obviously. Sewer Valiant Scam. A blue flash artifact. When this artifact enters or leaves the battlefield, you may tap or untap target creature. So it buys you a bit of time, and then a blue and free sag, draw 2. So it builds up your affinity count or permanent count, draw 2. You can recur it, draw, I don't know. Leaves, or then you may tap or untap target creature. Untap your Emery, pop off. Yeah, that card does not seem playable and constructed, right? This goes off as Welder Engineer. If artifacts are good, Emery Loop was it probably. Yeah, you get it kind of back for free with Emery every turn. But 4 mana to stack it is a lot. So we had Stalka and now we have Stockman. Stockman, does it have anything to do with Stalka? Stockman, Matt, Fly, Entist. Blue and 4, that's a lot. 3 for flying. When it enters, draw a card, then discard a card. Island cycling. Oh, it's the land cycling type. Living End, Buddy. Island cycling. I mean, it's way too weak, obviously, compared to like Waker Up Waves. Just unplayable. Am I playing in Spotlight London? Nah, probably not. Turtles in Time. 7 mana sorcery. Mythic. Return all creatures to their owner's hands. Each player may shuffle their hand and graveyard into their library. Then each player who does draws 7 cards. Utrum Scientists. Common. So it's a Lynx. So artifact versions of the Lynx. Tap and stun. Alright, blue. Alright, let's do a little recap so far. White had mostly cards that look like they could be good if you're trying to build an Esper version of a Kaido deck. The Last Ronin's technique is solid sneak spell. Some of the legends seem like good enough to play maybe as a one of, but not more because they're not that great. And they're legendary. I mean, for my pet lifelink deck, whatever, Leonardo is fine, but Leonardo Sewer Samurai, tons of value, just top end card, payoff cards. Could be okay. The technique brings back Oculus, maybe in an Oculus deck. Maybe you just play it for value, but maybe sideboard card against removal. Yeah, the pet looks like one of the better cards, like 1 mana enabler for your ninjutsu stuff, and it just takes over in the mid game with its ability. Yeah, Sully Pride Linus Leader just seems like a powerful 5-drop if you want something like Elspeth. On top of Elspeth, maybe better than Elspeth in some spots. And then the turncoat here was just seems solid, just balance goods removal type of creature. And blue not as exciting, right? Does machines maybe. I guess we didn't really talk about Donatello Gadget Master and Affinity in Modern. Could be okay as in small numbers. Yeah, blue's not very exciting, right? It's just nothing good really. I think Donatello Gadget Master is a functional reprint. Oh, really? Okay. Ninjutsu, whenever it deals. There's a Ninjutsu card, basically, you're saying? I'm assuming it's not Sneak, obviously, but. There's a Ninjutsu card that is there? Is there enough support for standard Affinity? I doubt it. I'm not familiar, but there's like no 0 mana artifact in standard, right? Monk's Jasper. All right, let's see if black's a little better than blue. Anchovy and banana pizza. Black 2 food. When this creature enters, destroy target creature. 2 sack gain free life. Okay. Armageddon Future Shark. 8 mana. Legendary creature shark hero mutant flash. When it enters, destroy up to 3 target creatures. Is that something Reanimator is interested in? Seems worse than just the Bringer, right? I haven't played the Reanimator deck enough to know how often the Bringer is actually awkward for you. Doesn't seem like it happens very often. There's Springleaf Drong and an ETB tapped artifact lands. I mean, that's a start. Bebop Warthog Warrior. That's the Swamp Cycling one. Rhinos you control and Menace. The Cloning of Shredder. 6 mana Mythic Saga. Bringer never awkward, yeah. First chapter. Exile target creature card from your graveyard. Create a token that's a copy of it, except it isn't legendary and is immune and issues other types. Okay. To create a token that's a copy of a card exile with this saga, except it isn't legendary and is. So you just copy the same card 3 times, basically? think the Bringer can be awkward against mono green. They can mill a lot with ISIL and bring back Harmonizer plus whatever to kill you if you do it. Alright, I mean that card's way too expensive and slow and whatnot. That card seems unplayable. Death in the Family. A black and one instant exile target creature is mana value 3 or less. Wait, what? What's the... That's like strictly better than anything ever printed, right? Not strictly better, but like... There's no card that's strictly better than that. Oh, right, Anointed Affliction was that. What's Toxic Rider? Hmm. Why was Anointed was Affliction better? Oh, because you can just play it without a target. Exile target creature if it has mana value 3 or less. Corrupted. Exile that creature instead. Oh, I forgot about Anoint even did that. Okay, well, still a good card, or is Anoint still standard legal? I don't know, probably like not that great, right? Anoint not legal, so that one is decent. Is this better than Shoot or Bitter? I don't know, I saw some Warlocks in that set, right? So Warlock's one of the types for Shoots. White Enduring doesn't see a ton of play. The green Enduring doesn't see a ton of play. Exile's DL. But even the Ragdos Monument doesn't even play 4 copies of that elf. Exile's a Noxus for good, I guess. Bloodghast, Flame Wake. Long Goodbye. I think is Long Goodbye. No, is Long Goodbye still standard legal? I think the black exile creature for 2 mana or less, blight for life gain is more useful, except it doesn't exile, it destroys. This beats Origin of Metal Bending too. I'll probably see play. One black, Dream Beavers. A beaver nightmare. One flying for one. Okay, Ninjutsu Enabler. When this creature enters, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Scry 1. Each opponent. Probably gonna be nice and is it better than the fairy we already have though? This one drains you for 1, the fairy surveils and lets you draw a card when it's in the graveyard. This is 100% better, really? You value the drain that much? It triggers Kaido pre-combat. Oh. More of a pixie cards. Yeah, I mean, Hopeless Nightmare. Yeah, the damage probably does really add up. Yeah. I could definitely see that cards. Oh, black's already doing better than blue. 6 cards in. Hopeless Nightmare at home, yeah. Foot Mystic. 2/4 for 4, a lifelink. Disappear. When this creature enters, if a permanent left the battlefield under your control this turn, create a 1/1 black ninja token. Alright, couple commons for limited. Revolt. Sure, there's a difference. Surely. If a permanent left the battlefield under your control this turn. Maybe not. Lord Dreg, Insect Invader. 4 mana, free to. Also has this appear at the beginning of your end step. If a permanent left the battlefield under your control this turn, get a 1/1 Insect Warrior creature token was flying. And then 4 second token, draw cards. Okay, a little expensive. It is the same both for our ability wars. Okay, Madame Null, Power Broker. Black and 2, a demon. Demon for Unholy Annex. Legendary creature, 1 free death touch. Whenever another creature you control enters, you may pay a life equal to its power. If you do, put Demony +1/+1 counters on it. So you have to play that. Yeah, life equals. I don't know. I don't know what that card does. Seems bad. Combos was Demon Wall. Does it? Seems unplayable. Ninja Teen. Black and 2, Saga. Whenever a creature you control leaves the battlefield, each opponent loses 1 life. Okay. Not great. 2, level 2. Creatures you control get +1/+0 and have menace. It's not a bad aggressive ability. Creature cards in your graveyard have sneak 4. You may cast creature spells from your graveyard. I mean, that looks pretty bad. I mean, kind of looks like the kind of card maybe some decks can never beat, like random control deck. Has a really hard time beating or something, but I don't know. I don't know what they did with these cards. Anyone thinks Ninja Teen's anything, or can we move on? Move on. Oroku Saki, Shredder Rising. Black and 2, free 1, human ninja, sneak for black and 1. Whenever it deals command damage to a player, you draw a card and lose a life. So it's a bit like the blue one, except it's a legend, it's black. You can just hard cast it, sneak it. Seems like not great. Like even if you get to trigger it once, it's like you lost a little tempo, and then the loss of life, and it has 1 toughness and doesn't have evasion. Even as a 1-of, it's probably not good enough, right? Pain 101, black and 1 instant. Until end of turn, target creature gains death touch, and when this creature dies, return to battle. Okay. Paramecia Colonex, 2/2 for black and 2 zombie worm. When this creature enters, mill 3 cards. When this creature dies, you may exile it. When you do, put target creature card from a graveyard on top of your library. Okay. We had ninjas like this that barely self-play in Neo Kamigawa. Okay. Rat King Verminister, black and 1, 1/1 legendary creature, rat avatar. Kind of interesting. Okay. Disappear, so revolt, disappear. At the beginning of your end step, if you're on left the battlefield near your control this turn, create a 1/1 black rat creature token, put a +1/+1 counter on Rat King. Seems good with fetch lands in modern, just seems like a lot of value. Tap stack, free rats, return target creature card and all other cards with the same name as that card from a graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So good was like Archon, Atraxa. Is that card just good in like Gorias or something? Is that card better than Emperor of Bones. The Black Johnny. I mean, you can do it at instant speed. Technically, you can go fetch land, cast it, get a rat. Next turn, fetch land, do stuff. You can sack itself, right? Feels like a role player. I think that card's kind of decent. So an avatar, so it can't be brought back by overlords. Yeah. I was thinking more in like Goryo's. It takes 2 whole turns to get an activation of it if you have no other rats. I mean, Emperor of Bones also has to like, you have to cast it, it has to live, right? And you have to invest more mana. This one, you like, you play, even if it dies, you have a 1/1 left behind. I don't know, it seems pretty strong to me. Dice to Bowmaster, only if they have the mana up right away. Emperor of Bones acts right away, yeah. I mean, this card can also just like solo a game, right? You just go Thoughtseize their removal, play that, and every turn you get a rat and this thing becomes bigger. I don't know. Maybe not strong enough still, but Saventi Romero. What about in standard? I was talking about fetch lands and stuff. It is much worse in standard without fetch lands though, right? If a opponent left the battlefield under your control this turn. Can you can't trigger it on turn 2 in standard, right? The bubbles. Yeah. Saventi Romero times exile. 5 mana, 4/4 trample. Demon Wizard. Another demon. Enemy enough come out on your turn. Put a +1/+1 counter on it. Then you draw X cards and lose X life, where X is the number of counters. Didn't we have a card like that a bit in standard? What is that card? It was, you drew cards at the end of your turn and you drew more and more. Speed Demon, yeah. That card's still legal, right? They're both legend. 5/5 flying trample. Start your engines. At the beginning of your end step, you draw X cards and lose X life, where X is your speed. You can combo it with Madame Null. You pay 4 life, lose 4, and then you draw 5 and lose 5 more. Demon Wizard. Alright, probably not very playable. Shark Shredder Killer Clone. Black 2 for a 4/4 first strike. Legendary creature Shark Octopus Ninja. Yeah. Blood for Knowledge, a fair trade. Whenever Shark Shredder deals combat damage to a player, put up to 1 target creature card from that player's graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. It enters tapped and attacking that player. Oh, first strike. I was like, huh? Alright, that card looks unplayable. Shredder Unrelenting. 5 mana, 6/4. Sneak 4, depth dodge. Okay. Okay, Shredder's Revenge. Sorcery. Black and 2. Choose one. Target player discards 2 cards. Target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. Okay. Tonight I dine on turtle soup. Target player discards 2 cards. Target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. And you can even target your opponent. You can kill them with Shelly. I don't know. Thoughts? Is the raid good enough for standards? Might be good enough for vintage. Restricted in vintage. Target player discards 2 cards. Target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. Like, would you ever play that in blue-black control? Would I be happy to play that in my Demir deck? It's like pretty awful against Riddler. Pretty awful. I mean, if you compare it to stock up, right? It's just like discard 2 in standards. Yeah, I'd probably not play this over stock up. Shredder's Technique. 3 mana, but 1 mana to sneak sorcery, destroy target creature or enchantment. If an enchantment was destroyed this way, you lose 2 life. The other one is still legal, the black and one, destroy target creature or enchantment, but you lose a life no matter what. This one, you only lose the life. One mana removal, sorcery speed though, kind of awkward. Feels like sideboard cards, but there was like all the best decks play a lot of enchantments. Could be like one or two of main deck, more in the sideboards, even up to 4 in the sideboards. Seems much, 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 much better than Feed the Swarm. The Mirror will probably try this. Yeah. Southwind Avatar. Yeah, no, that card looks aggressively enough costed for standard. Think it'd be worth trying even if it didn't hit enchantments. You'd have to have like a really want to bounce your creatures to your hand. I doubt it. But maybe. Southwind Avatar. 4 mana, 3/4 Snake Spirit Avatar. Death Touch. Whenever another creature you control dies, you gain life equal to its toughness. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. Seems kind of good. I'm guessing there's like. Is there an infinite combo? Was. What's her face? The 2 mana white black legend still. I'm Amelia. No, I'm a buff. What's her name? You know what I'm talking about. Amalia? Is it Amalia? Alright, it's Amalia. Ben, right. Whenever you gain life, Amalia explores. Then this for all creatures. Then there's a card that has they can make a copy, the flyer. That already has that ability, right? It doubles the damage of Sephiroth too. The black enduring is just better. I mean, this card's probably better on its own, right? The flyer gains you a life when they lose a life. Well, then they work together, right? It's even better. They trigger each other for infinite. I mean, it could be nice. Both these cards are like fine on their own, and you end the game fast against something like mono green, like against mono green devotion or whatever. If landfall, you have like an actual combo kill. You'd probably be just inherently really good against the Is It Prowess that deck that does well. Kind was Overlord, who cares? Are there any decent black or white creature tutors to make it consistent? I mean, I think you just have enough good value cards to make it consistent, right? You've got Amalia, you've got Sephiroth. You've got the white saga, the one white mana saga. I don't know. You've got the free 2 for 2 that like sacks surveils. Hey Damien, welcome to chat. Splinter's technique. Oh, we're coming. Or we're getting to it. Yeah, I can see it. Splinter Hamato Yoshi. 1 free for 2. Mutant Ninja Red Legend. Sneak 1. Menace. Other ninjas. Oh, so it's a lord. Other ninjas you control get +1/+1. It's a lord, but it's legendary. Yeah, I mean, role player maybe. Seems like good role player. Or as for a ninja deck. Splinter's technique. Black and free. Sorcery. Search your library for a card. Put that card into your hand and shuffle. Alright, so it's Demonic Tutor and it has Sneak too. The card's mostly unplayable in today's Magic, I think. 1 free Menace is decent set for that type of deck. Yeah, it's also just a good enabler for Kaido, right? It's just Menace. Doesn't die to Shock, which is pretty popular in standards. Yeah. Squirrel Mutant. 1/1 for 1 Death Touch. Thumb by the Foot. Black and 1, kicker, sack an artifact or creature. It's just a reprint. Target creature gets -2/-2. If the spell was kicked, gets -5/-5 instead. Seems bad to me unless you play more ninjas than Kaido. Which card? Splinter Hamato Yoshi? Yeah, but you are gonna. I mean, there's a lot of good ninjas. This set has a lot of cards for my Peasant Cube. Being legendary isn't a downside in Singleton Cube. Yeah. No, I don't mind like a lot of legend stuff. I feel like I'm sure it's really cool for a lot of people out there. Also can make for interesting deck building decisions. Sorry, Magic has been ruined by all these legendary creatures. It's Jover. I think that's the appropriate reaction. I apologize for not getting offended sooner. Super Shredder, a black and one. Another legend. At least this one's a mythic. Mutant Ninja Human. 1/1 menace. Whenever another opponent leaves the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on Super Shredder. How does the Moon Shadow work? Crabs? You know what I'm trying to do. Whenever one or more permanent cards are put into a graveyard from anywhere, it's only yours. And the fact that it costs double the mana is obviously a huge deal. But it does work nicely with Sneak. I don't know. 1/1/4/2 is probably just too bad. Yeah, this works for opponents, but it's only from the battlefield, not milling and stuff. Yeah. I mean, that card's not going to be like, at best, role player. Distant Pixie, I mean, as I said, at best, role player. One of. Alright, Black did quite good, honestly. Splinter, Hamato Yoshi, Shredder's Technique, maybe the Southwind Avatar. What else did we have? Rat King Verminister, maybe in Modern with fetch lands. Death in the Family is probably going to see played. People were pretty excited about Dream Beavers. Solid 1-drop for Ninjutsu. Yeah, bad, honestly. It's mostly all like Esper Ninja again, right? Blue black mid, Esper Pixie, Esper Kaido. The Avatar, I guess, goes in like maybe white black stack, something like that. But yeah, so far it's like really everything but just these Esper Ninja decks. All right, bot bashing time. Okay, just removal spell. Broadcast takeover. Triple red and 2 sorcery. Gain control of all artifacts your opponent controls. Okay. Casey Jones, Jury Rig Justice here. 2/1/2 Human Berserker Haste. Okay, 2/1/2 Haste. When it enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact card from among them, put it into your hand, put the rest on the bottom of your library in random order. Alright, that card's really good. That card's really good. Is it Modern Affinity good? Casey Jones not being anti-artifacts is the biggest flavor fail ever. Casey Jones not driving a train is a flavor fail. What about in standards? Finds monuments. Not enough artifacts. There's no artifact decks, right? There's already a pirate. Yeah, I know. The blue pirates. Don't have taste. Yeah, nothing to write home about. Okay, let's move on. Casey Jones Vigilante. Red and 1, a human berserker. When it enters, draw free cards. I mean, of your next upkeep, discard free cards at random. So you play it on turn 3, you draw free. And then next upkeep, you'll lose free cards at random. Nice engine. As opposed to Tursa, you draw the cards first and then you discard them. Also can be obscene if you're empty-handed. It triggers all 3 things of Monument in 1 card. Is that card good enough for the red-like Monument deck? You can blink it, yeah. Could be good in Modern was Hollow One too. Even if free mana is a lot. You can unearth it for pretty decent stats. Sure, it doesn't have haste. Gungala. Yeah. Seems more like a role player than a builder around, and it's legendary, but people will probably try it like Cool Bush Rudes. Whenever you tag, that's the big one, right? That's could be the best card in the set. Red and 1, Cool by Rude. Whenever you attack, you may discard a card. If you do draw a card, red and 1, whenever you discard a card, this class deals 2 damage to each opponent. And then 2, when this class becomes level 3, search a library for a card, put it into your hand, shuffle, then discard at random. So for reference, Ragdos Monument had a pretty bad weekend, 45%. I have also not been super impressed by the deck. There is a Grixis version that people are trying out, Grixis Monument. Grixis Monument, only 4 players, 56% win rate though. This card seems great. So you need to 1-drop into 2. Your 1-drop needs to not to die for it to do something, which is not trivial. Whenever you discard a card, this class deals 2 damage to each opponent. So you spend 2 mana, level it up. Alright, hot take. That card's actually going to be unplayable. I've decided. I feel like there's too much that can go wrong. And it is too clunky. Yeah. I'm actually not... I'm not seeing it. I played in Ragdo's discard and nowhere. I feel like even in Ragdo's discards, it's more of a mid-game play. Yeah, you don't want 4. Yeah. I agree. I can't imagine putting 4 of that card in my deck. I mean, I could, but then it would almost be a different deck. I don't know. You'd have to like shift the build and have very little top end and a lot of cheap creatures to make up for like having to pay 2. I almost feel like it's better with Artist Sound than those Ragdos Shell. Yeah, I don't know. This card's 50 times better than the Phoenix in the Ragdos deck. I mean, the Phoenix you get into play for 1 mana. And it's like part of your like critical mass of things to like discard. I know the damage is not once per turn, but hmm. Wouldn't Blue just play this alongside Monument? No, I don't think so. I don't think there's room for it. Mako 1, turn 2 this, turn 3, it's like 7, 8 damage, but turn 3. Yeah, I mean, and I mean, you spend 4 mana, and if they have a spot removal, you just roll over and die. I don't know. I don't feel like it's broken enough, but maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the level 3 is not nothing. Tutor for Riddler, maybe. Tutor for. It's cool, but it's not rude enough. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's like borderline hot take. People seem really excited about that card, but I feel like it's maybe not quite good enough. All right, bunch of random limited cards. Improvised Arsenal. Red and one artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 for each artifact you control. It has 1 red to equip, and for 5 create a token that's a copy of this equipment. A lot of damage and kind of a win con. Or blue-red affinity in standards. Janika's Technique. Janika's Technique deals 2 damage to each creature, add instant speed for 3 mana, but it also has Sneak 1. This is such a weird one to put on to give Sneak to. What are people like? What do you envision? What's the scenario where you sneak that card? Oh, I guess you save your creature, right? You just bounce your creature and you kill their stuff. Huh? Kind of cute. Is there like a deck in standard that wants that? Returns Grand. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Good with Grand against the green decks. Because a lot of time the green decks have like a 1/1 and they can't block the Grand. They'll have like a tapped elf and another 1/1 or still might not be better than Ares Demonstration or just a shot though. Manhole Missile. Red and 1 instant. 3 damage to target creature. You may put a card from your hand on the bottom of your library if you do draw cards. Oh, that's bad. That was not in standard, right? Or was it? These cards are gas. Fire Prophecy, yeah. Any deck that's really desperate for that kind of effect though right now, especially since 3 damage, you want your removal spell to deal 4 a lot of the time. Is it spell elemental? Meh. Nah. Master attack. Red and one, choose one, create a 1/1 robot or +3/+1 first strike. I don't mind these strikes in limited. +3/+0 first strike. Master Foundry. Red and one artifact. When this artifact enters or leaves the battlefield, create a 1/1 colorless robot artifact creature token. 5 sack this artifact's 3 damage to target creature. That card does a lot. Does anyone want that though? In the reds. People do play Jeskai Pixie sometimes. Jeskai Pixie triggers White Innocence, removal. I don't know, seems slow. It's pretty slow. What does Carrot Cake do already? This artifact enters, and when you stack it, create a 1/1 rabbit creature token. Scry 1. Oh, but you have to sack it. This one you can actually bounce. And it makes more artifacts. It is 2 artifacts for 1 card. There's not a lot of stuff that does that in standards. I mean, it's got to be like... I mean, if you're going to play Affinity, you can bounce it with Boomerang Basics, yeah? It's pretty nice. 3 artifacts for... Yeah. Maybe there's a decent Affinity deck. I mean, Krang is a really nice payoff. It's 3 artifacts for 1 card with Emissary. Yeah? Let me see if I deleted a deck. I had like a really, really bad blue-red artifact deck. Probably deleted it though. We tried it one time. I have 9 artifact left. Let's go to his Gene Pollinator. Yeah. More, that's not the shell though, I think you want. Dusk Crows, yeah. Lets you play a lot of Dusk Crows. Alright. Card, I mean that card could make an archetype that's the, you know, the glue, the like engine, whatever you want to call it. Some limited stuff. More limited stuff. 2/2 for 2, tap for red, spend this mana only to cast an artifact spell or to activate an ability. Any ability. That Glimmer Drake creature too would be cool. Does that give you two artifacts for, yeah? That one seems much better. Because it can give you 3 and it's doesn't suck against removal. Raphael, most attitude. Or 3 minutes for 4. Whenever another creature you control enters, you may exile the top card of your library. Oh, it's not even you can play it. You literally have to like attack with that thing for it to ever do something. 4/4 for 4. Legend, Mythic. Raphael must be blocked if able. Enrage. Whenever Raphael is dealt damage, add that much red until end of turn. You don't. Raphael the Night Watcher. 2/3 for 4. Sneak for 3. Attacking creatures you control have double strike. Why did they make them all so bad? No? I don't know. It does kill people. Yeah. Maybe it's not that bad. Yeah, I mean, I guess you just Yeah, you just curve into it. Well, maybe it's not that bad. But not for standard. Raphael's technique. 6 mana instant. Each player may discard their hand and draw 7 cards. Okay. Ravenous Robots. Oh, you've got my attention here. Is it another engine? 2 for a red and 1. Artifact creature robot. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, create a 1/1 robot. Wow. Wow. Red and tap. Creature tokens you control gain haste until end of turn. Okay. There's something like that in Modern already? There's the Iconoclast. Artifact spell is kind of equal non-creature spell. Alright, we kind of have critical mass of that stuff now. Your deck kind of falls to Iris Demonstration, but kind of sucks that Iris Demonstration's a legal card. I don't know, maybe if there's a way to pump their toughness. Yeah, this is an artifact itself. Yeah, it's easier to cast. Yeah, I don't know. Caretaker's Talent. White and 2, whenever one or more tokens you control enter, draws a card. Only once each turn. Levels up for 1 white, create a token, levels for 4, yeah. White red artifact, affinity, Jeskai affinity. Play the banner on robot. Add Mox Opal to standard. Marius, thank you for your contribution. I don't know. We'll probably build that, right? So what would you have to build so far? Ninja Pixie, whatever. Ninja Pixie Kaido. Maybe like white black sack. And then now we got artifacts. And then that Mona Lisa Cauldron deck. Alright, Slash. Slash Reptile Rampager. 5 mana, 7/5 Alliance. Whenever another creature you control enters, Slash deals 2 damage to each opponent. That's a lot of damage. Whenever Slash attacks, create a 2/2 red mutant creature. I mean, same thing if you can give it haste. Spicy oatmeal pizza. A red and 2, a food. When it enters, it deals 4 damage to any. Oh, wow. 4 damage to any target and 3 damage to you. 4 damage to. Doesn't have flash. I guess there's Outspace Oblivion right now. That's 5 damage to a creature or planeswalker. This is only 4. This is an artifact. Meh. Probably too clunky. Wingnut Bat on the Belfry. 1/2 for a red and 1, a legend, a bat mutant, alliance. Whenever another creature you control enters, it gains the choice of flying, menace, or haste. Whenever it attacks, each other attacking creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Alright, so you can make all your tokens, play that. Hopefully make one more token, and then this has haste, and you attack for 1,000,000 damage. That card does deal like 1,000,000 damage. That card seems kind of good. Whenever another creature you control enters. It's good with Splot too. It's good with Splot. It is a 1/2 that dies to a shock. A 2-mana creature that dies in a shock without providing any value. Belfry, my bad. Bat on the Belfry. Mobilize. Well, Mobilize is a non-bo, right? Because by the time you're making the tokens, it doesn't gain haste. Well, it gains haste, but it can't attack. Voice can protect it. So you go turn 2 Voice, turn 3 that plus a 1-drop. Attack for a lot. One, two, it's auto attacking. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, let's say, on turn three. Yeah, I don't know. I think that card's kind of nice. I don't know if it'll see play in tier one decks, but it's definitely like pretty pushed. Yeah, Bushwhackery, yeah. Zug Triceraton Castaway. Zug Zug. 5 mana, it's a mountain cycling one. The animal decks that use the Avatar 2 drop could also play this. Yeah. I mean, you don't want to overload your deck with 2 drops. Just all twos and ones. Power class is legal. People play Slack Storm. People play Shocks. People just play like dumb green creatures to block your other creatures. It's legendary, yeah. Good role player though, if that's what you're trying to do. Current standard might not be the format for it though. All right, we went through most of it. We've got green left. I need a quick break. We've got green, gold cards. There's a decent amount of gold cards. There's some artifacts and the lands. Apparently, there's some good stuff in green. All right, I need like a few minutes. I'm gonna take a break, get a snack. I'll leave you with some trivia too. 2 or 3 playable green cards. Hello YouTube. AK Kaiser says I'm here. It feels like you're thinking more about these cards than you have in some other sets, not complaining, just comparing. Do you feel like standard will be more open compared to last year? I don't know if standard's gonna be very open. I mean standard's pretty open. But there's some decks that have been dominating, like Mono Green Landfalls, just except for the Pro Tour where everyone was playing Cub. But now you've got like kind of is it prowess to keep it in check? Is it prowess could be like just kind of another rock paper scissors. Like I think it's not that hard to beat a deck to build a deck that beats is it prowess. I don't know. Not sure how open standard is gonna be. Does feel like I don't know what's gonna happen. It was my prediction though that Green Landfall was not gonna be hated out enough this weekend to do poorly, and it just did well again. Just really strong deck. There was like Simic Rhythm was the like 5th most played deck, but it still wasn't enough. Anyways, give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. Go. What's the question? The drawback on Mishra's War Machine inspired the creation of what card? Hmm. All right, the green cards. So a little recap so far. Mostly the Esper cards were about the stuff for standard is a lot of the sneak stuff, a lot of ninja cards that work well with Kaido, potentially technique to regrow something like an Oculus. Prehistoric Pet seems like one of the best one drops maybe for these Kaido decks, and then there's some artifact stuff in red. Krang Mastermind. Maybe there's like an affinity deck. I'm assuming affinity is just gonna get hated on though, and not gonna be like worth it. What else? Dream Beavers, Death in the Family, good removal. Rat King Vermistor with fetch lands, maybe reanimate, maybe it's something like Goryo's. Southwind Avatar I thought might be good enough to play in a SAG deck, and white black live gain SAG deck. Shredder's Techniques, interesting removal spell. Then red had mostly the artifact decks. I was kind of low on Kulba Rudes. That's my hot take, but we'll see. Could be very wrong. Some Dino Tribal is nice to see. Yeah, the Dino card's not that great. Yeah, artifact has a couple like enablers. The red, I mean, Mouser Foundry potentially makes you a couple tokens. You balance it with boomerang techniques, maybe, or boomerang basics, stuff like that. And then Ravenous Robots is kind of another engine. Probably is like it's all one toughness creature, so that could be bad for you. Heal. What's going on? I won a booster box in the previous win a box event, but creating an iPayout account took a long time, so I still didn't receive anything. Does someone know approximately after how much time there are no more booster boxes and just need direct cash so I would ever have a box? I don't know how that works. Make sure you message support though. They're not always very well organized with that stuff. All right, first green card, Courier of Comestibles. As I'm eating my snack, black and or why do I keep saying black mana? Green and one. One and two human citizen. When this creature enters, you may search your library for a food card, reveal it, put it in your hand, and shuffle. If you don't put a food card in your hand this way, create a food token. Alright, hit me. What are the best food cards you can get? Spicy oatmeal pizza. It's not the first time they make food cards. There's a bunch, right? The apple is a food card, maybe. This set has spicy oatmeal pizza. Has a black one, Dark Banishing. Does white have one? Anchovy and banana pizza. Is like the bird one? No. There's Candy Trail. There's a 2-mana one that tutors a basic land. Carrot Cake is a food one? Would I ever be excited to tutor for Candy Trail? Probably not, right? Cowabunga, is that another fight card? No. Green Sorcery. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a mutant, ninja, turtle, or land from among them and put it in your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Well, I guess let's see. The Frog Butler. What's the lore on the Frog Butler? That looks like a reprint, right? Poisonous Street Frog reprint. The Frutler. Working class frog mutant. Okay. With faithful bold Alberto's assistance, this shall be a gathering of untold delight. Why would you ever wish to leave? This switcher on the keyword, it was reach, and it gained Death Touch. So this is better because it has Death Touch right away. Nice. Ground Shock and Dirtbag, 6 mana trample. Whenever you tap a land for mana, add a green. Great card. Guac and Marshmallow Pizza. Interesting combination. There is no fear in my heart. I will overcome even this challenge, Leonard. 1 green flash when this creature artifact enters. Target creature gets +++ until end of turn. Untap it. These cards were good at limited. And now it's a food. Hey, Beyond. Perfect timing, Beyond. You arrived just when we're discussing guac and marshmallow pizza. We'll segue into everyone's favorite pizza toppings, maybe. I might go skip this set. It would be gas if, like, a few months in, Wizards looked at their analytics or whatever, their sales, and they were like, the set just did terribly in Italy. Just full on boycotts. Head of B Phoenix. We're doing good. We're doing a little set review. We're at green. Letterhead Swamp Stalker. Green, green 2, 5/4. Crocodile Mutant Rogue. Trample. Enters with a hexproof counter on her. Okay, not bad. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may remove a counter from her. When you do, destroy target artifact or enchantment that players control. Oh, that looks very underwhelming. They should have these pizzas available for plays at the next Pro Tour. That would have been funny if that was the draft set for the next PT. Letterhead is great. All right, talk to me. Because you keep putting counters on it. How do you put counters on it? Whenever it deals command damage to player, you may remove a counter from her. When you do, destroy target artifact or chill. All right, does not strike me as great. Especially with like Flash Freeze being pretty common sideboard cards. Green next will play this out of the sideboard versus Lessons, Ascension, and Uro can do it. I don't know if I'm buying. I'm not sure I'm buying it. You can't kill it, Lessons can't really block it. It's kind of bad against Riddler too. What did you miss, Link? I'll go over it at the end. Mostly Esper and Nanjitsu stuff so far. It's also a Trampler to be. It's actually one you can tutor for at least. Harmonize for forest stuff though, but as good as Harmonizer. I do like that. I do like almost that's more exciting to me, the Harmonizer stuff. Than like Cub Rhythm or something. That was like almost a reason to main deck it, honestly. Could be a main deck card, yeah. Alright, well, pretty push card. We'll probably see a bit of play at least. Yeah, I mean, could take over. It was yeah, it is really good with Uro. Any other ways to put counters on it that people already play? Was the green Ascension you were saying? Yeah, it is really scary with green Ascension and stuff, but the green deck's already pretty scary when it resolves like a couple permanents, a couple expensive permanents. Hexproof is rare. Bristly Bell, yeah, it is really good with Bristly Bell, but they don't really play a lot of Bristly Bells. Innkeepers. Golgari Finale counters. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that card being the Bane of Lessons. Bane of Lessons existence. But they're also already boarding in like a lot of counters. They're boarding in Raw. They might board in Riddler. This is decent against Raw. Yeah, but my point is you're busy like doing something they don't care about and they're just killing you as Raw in the meantime. But yeah, okay. Michelangelo Game Master. I'm sure that one's great too. Okay. Improviser. They've all been pretty bad. The actual turtles. Michelangelo Improviser. 4 mana, 4/4 sneak 4. When it deals combat damage to a player, you may put a creature card and or a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. I mean, Michelangelo Mutant BFF. Okay. Michelangelo Weirdness to 11. 2 mana, 1/1. Maybe that one will be good. When it enters, create a mutagen token. When emerald +1/+1 counters would be put on a creature you control. Demony +1/+1/+. Okay. Finally. Finally a good one. Sneak is spells. It's also like you can't do it after damage. It has to be after blockers. It has to be during the declare blocker step. This one is good too, yeah. But it's a you kind of have to build around it. Can you throw it in the landfall deck? Toss Chocobo. Doesn't work super well. Yeah, at least get a little value even if it dies. Can curve Siege or the new 2-drop like Siege into this, crack on turn 3. If I brew, will you play? I try to try every list people send me during early access, at least 1 or 2 games, yeah. If people have lists, you can share them in chat, ideally like some kind of Goldfish, Moxville, whatever you use. You can push them in the Discord too. In the like standard part of the Discord. for like first day. Michelangelo's technique, 5 mana. Look at the top 8 cards of your library. Put up to 2 creature cards with total mana value 6 or less from among them onto the battlefield, and the rest on the bottom of your library in area order. Sneak 4. That one seems pretty good. Whoever like designs clearly like Michelangelo's their favorites. Gets multiple playable cards. So you can get like a cub and an ice still. 5 mana, sneak 4. You don't have that many cards to that many 2 creatures to sneak into play. Could be like just a different deck than just landfall. Bit of collected company vibes. I kind of like it. You can get like Shokobo and Green Shell, the 4/6. I don't know. Role player. Solid cards. Could use an already earthbended lands. Yeah, I mean, that's probably one of the last things you want to do is. I guess it helps you trigger a landfall, maybe. Maybe you run out of lands in some games. And I mean, Sneak might not be easy, though. 5 mana for 2 cards. 6 mana value out of cards. I guess a lot of time it's gonna be like a high value card and then like an elf. So you're really like getting one good creature and it's all random. You might break. I don't know. Any new card from Turtles that is good for 4 color and elementals? I don't think so. Um, not sure. All right. The first list I got, first couple lists, couple different people had a Mona Lisa deck. Mona Lisa Science Geek, a green and 2, 1 free reach. Legendary taps, and you add X mana of any one color where X is its power. So apparently people are trying to do Cauldron was that card? Blood color. Sleep Curse Fairy is infinite mana, was it? Is it infinite blue mana or infinite mana? Yeah, it's infinite mana. So something like that. I think there was another version. Let me find the other version someone posted. That was a slightly different version. Grand, some actual interactions. Leaves from Divines feed your graveyard. So it's pretty different builds, but same idea. I'll reshare that link in chat at least. So we'll try these decks on Thursday. Yeah, it not having 2 toughness, kind of nice. What about if you just cast it? You cast it on turn 3 and then you get to untap with it. How good is that for you? Not that great, right? It's good if you have flood color. You may cast non-creature spell. Oh wait, is it a right type for lizard mutant? So it doesn't untap with flood color, right? So it's really use fairy. No, I get it, but I'm saying like it would be nice if you also just did cool things when you just cast it and you don't kill it. But that's just not the case. Oh, that was one of the exciting cards next. Mutagen Man, a living ooze, green, green, and X. It's a legend. It's a 2 free trample for 2. Activate abilities of artifact tokens you control cost 1 less to activate. So no way mutagen tokens and maps and stuff. When Mutagen Man enters, create X mutagen tokens. And then you can just sag them for free and pump it. So it's basically a 2 free trample for 2 that scales and gives you a bunch of maps. And then it also reduces other artifact tokens you control, specifically artifact tokens. Alright, Friedrich has a list for us. Love the discipline of pre-drag who actually waits till we get to the card we're talking about to share the list. Appreciate it. Alright, so you're playing 4 of the Michelangelos. Oh, there's another new one. Mickey and Leo Kiss in order. 2 for 2. Whenever you put a counter on a creature you control, draw a card. Triggers once each turn. Nice. Mutagen Man Living Ooze. Can you stack the maps at instant speed? No, sorcery. Uro is Mickey. Uro is Michelangelo. Uro is just Elf Cub. Some removal. The Ooze. Legendary artifact. Whenever a creature you control loses a +1/+1 counter leaves the battlefield, create a mutagen token for each +1/+1 counters of it. Exile target card from a graveyard. Create a mutagen token. Well, that card's pretty powerful, and it's graveyard hate. And you're still playing Ascension. You're playing the Siege and Pursuit. Ooh, more Pursuit decks. Okay. Jehovah. This is Mutant Eternals. God said it was a while ago. Is Geneva gonna see play? I don't know. Poison. Downey, Dragon Sniper, Druinus. Okay, you're trying to technique. Just trying to poison people to death. Green Pipeline. I'll make a good deck without Cub. Maybe this deck will be better with Cub. Did I make worse Cub? Yeah. Okay, some limited cards. 3 mana. When this equipment enters, attach it to target creature you control. When you do, equip creature fights up to one target creature in open controls. It gets +1/+1 and trample and equip free. Alright, party dude. A green. When this class enters, each player creates a food token. 2. Whenever an artifact and opponent control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, draw a card. Okay, 5. Whenever one or more of your opponents are attacked, up to one target attacking creature gets +X/+X until end of turn or X the number of cards in your hand. Alright, I don't get it. Party dude is so weird, yeah. Is there anything? Seems atrocious. The level just so appealing, but not sure how to make it work. Whenever an artifact and opponent control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, yeah. It's good in Commander, yeah. Tenderize, green and 1. Okay. Trans-dimensional bovine, a green and 2 ox avatar flying at 2 mana of any one color, and it's an 0/4. 2 mana. Wow. It's like Gigabird of Paradise. Looks unplayable. Turtle power, green and 2, flash. Turtles you control get +2/+2. For that one's playable. It's all standard legal, yeah. Venus, Torn Between Worlds. Just another unplayable card. Wow, limited card. Teamer Battlecrier. Oh, my bad. Did I miss something? Was Venus? Whenever Venus is dealt damage, put any +1/+1 counters on her. Whenever a creature you control with a counter on it deals combat damage to a player, you may pay blue. No. What are you talking about? Bovine seems good for Teamer Battlecrier. What is Teamer Battlecrier? Why is it good? There's no way, right? What's the combo? All right, so green has maybe Michelangelo's technique. Mona Lisa Science Geek for Cotter Index, and then the token decks, the Mutagen Man, Michelangelo has Letterhead. That seems good too. Oh, some things that could impact standard. Baxter Stockman. Okay. Bebop and Rocksteady is 7/5. Oh yeah, they spelled that one pretty early. I guess they spelled a lot of the rares pretty early. Whenever it attacks or blocks, sacrifice a permanent unless you discard a card. And it's the 7/5 for free. It's not the biggest drawback. 7/5 for free. Could be an upside, obviously. It's even in Ragdos Monument, technically. You can sack a Bloodghast or Phoenix or just discard a card for Monuments. Could be like in a white black sack. I don't know. Role player. It's in Siege Rhino Tribal. Choose one or both. 6 mana though. Dark Leo and Shredder. Ooh, white black. Sneak. Attacking ninjas you control have Death Touch. So 1 free for 2. That's sneak 2. Whenever Dark Leo and Shredder deal combat damage to a player, create a 1/1 black ninja creature token. Then, if you control 5 or more ninjas, that player loses half their half. Well, another 2-drop kind of ninja lords. Yeah, sneak is much worse against Spell there. That might be a decently big downside for all these 2-mana sneak cards. Yeah, I think that card's maybe a little worse. Is it better than the Lord if you're playing Esper? The Lord has Menace. This one has Death Touch. I guess they're legends too, so you're gonna play them in small number. So you might just need the diversity. Don and Leo Problem Solvers, 5 mana, blue or white, 4/6 vigilance for 5. At the beginning of your end step, exile up to 1 target artifact you control and up to 1 target creature you control. Then you return them right away. It's pretty powerful. Technically, you can even blink your monument and discard a bunch and retrigger it. Blue or white. Obviously, you want to try and max and get the blink artifact and the blink creature. Yeah, it's good it was Riddler. Can stack the triggers. Means it has to live, but any deck that would directly include that card as their top end. Not really. With Shiko? This guy Shiko. Just another 5 though. Zoro's Tempo. I don't think they want to blink that much, right? Not that much to blink. I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Yeah, that card's probably like not very exciting, just really expensive. Dawn and Rough Heart Science. 2/4 mana for free. When it attacks, the next non-creature spell you cast this turn has affinity for artifact. That is very random. Probably cool for commander though. One free trample for a blue and a green. When Genghis Frog or another mutant you control enters, create a mutagen token. Oh, Go Ninja Go. I think I saw that one somewhere. White and red sorcery, choose one or both. Exile target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. So it's a blink spell, it blinks tokens too. Unless you control. Go Ninja Go deals damage equal to the greatest power among creatures you control to target creature and open and controls. This is a Jeskai mid-range card, I think. Sorcery speeds, blank, yeah. So it's good was it's good blank or Shiko. So you have that in the yard, you play Shiko, you blank Shiko, so you get a free go ninja go basically. So you get a free removal. Not yeah, you get a free 4 damage. As good as Riddler too, I guess. A little bit of setup though. Cause like how do you get it in a graveyard in the first place for Shiko? Seems like you need like a lot of creatures, and you need some 1-drops. You have to play like Inspector in the deck, maybe. You need to play that version with Ing and Gwen Stacy. Yeah. Could be good in small numbers. Could be good sideboard card too. Just play 1 or 2 in the main and more in the sideboards. Could work out nicely. Karai Future of the Foot. Is that one good enough for the ninja deck? Free for free. Sneak is 4. White black. When it deals combat damage to a player, you get to Gravedigger a creature. If it was sneak paid, you get it back to the battlefield straight away. Any casting cost could be like an Archon. Karai's Technique. Sorcery. Free mana. White black 1. Choose 1 or both. Target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. Target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn. And has sneak 2. Seems like a good trick. Slash removal. And if you have to start casting these cards for their normal cost, though, or that gets awfully clunky, awfully fast. In a format where Hex is legal and Firebending is legal, might be a little tough. Finding draft, yeah, for sure. Ring and Shredder, 6 mana, 6/7 hybrid blue-black cards. Each from Human Ninja. Whenever Krang and Shredder enter or attack, each open and exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile the non-land cards. Disappear. At the end of your end step, if a opponent left the battlefield near your control this turn, you may cast a card exile. I mean, it's pretty hard to trigger a disappear the turn it comes into play, right? It has to live, and it's expensive, and this is 6/7. You can fetch before casting with passage, but that's about it. Yeah, it's really hard to set up. Save your passage for exactly the turn you cast it, and yeah.
Gab, chat. Almost 5 years of incredible streams and content. So glad I found this during COVID and so glad to still be around to chat with you all. Hope everyone is doing well and has a happy remainder of their Lunar New Year. And good luck to everyone in the US impacted by the snowstorm.
Yeah, snowstorm in the US, just endless rain in Europe too. Homie me, I hope you're doing good. I'm doing quite excellent myself. And thanks for your support. Django says I just finished shoveling the driveway, had 30 inches of snow. That's like almost a meter. 60, 75 centimeters. Jeez. Also, Mexico's on fire because one guy got killed. I didn't read about it, but I heard about it. Doing great, my friend. Got 30 inches of snow and hung out with the kids after doing some shoveling. Better than last storm, which turned into ice immediately. Yeah. Alright, the last Ronin. 6 mana, black green Saga. Destroy all creatures. Okay, second chapter, mail pro cards. When you do, return target creature card from a graveyard to your hand. Damn, perfect for people who put creatures and want sweepers in their black green decks. And then free whenever a creature you control attacks. I'll load this turn. Put free +1/+1 counters on it. It gains trample, lifelink, and indestructible until left turn. That card seems infinitely worse than the Rise of Sozin, no? Not infinitely worse. Kind of worse to me. Oh, Camelier Espers, that's nice value. Lessons from life. Wait, they're playing Magic? Is there an actual episode where they play Magic? It's cool. 4 mana, blue green sorcery. Draw 3 cards. You may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. That's not a bad card. Everyone's got their own strength, Lira. You never know what cards they might play. Instead, focus on what you know and never doubt your choices. Beautiful. It going away gives a trigger pursuit, which Sozin doesn't. Damn, you went deep already. Thought about everything. Is Lesson from Life playable? Draw 3 cards. You may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. Nice value cards. Is it better than just putting a Riddler in your deck? Humor Harmonizer might like that. Sultai Control. When I play that card in a Sultai kind of tap out deck over stock up, compared to stock up or chart of course, kind of better in a just tap out mid range deck. Blue green landfall. Hmm. 1 mana cheaper Urban Evolution cannot be playable, can it really? I feel like that card's decent. It ramps you in like Last Ronin and Rise of Sozin. There's a 5 mana version of this and it never saw play. I mean, spoiler alert, reducing the casting card of a magic card by 1 can turn it from unplayable to very playable. I'll let you experiment. You'll see. I feel like that card's very playable. Maybe not though. Harmonize. I mean, Harmonize would never see play. Concentrate would never see play. Put a land into play though. Plus, you're putting like restless lands that come into play tapped anyways. Going to Richmond, yeah. There's a European RC the same weekend as Richmond. It's gonna be a fun weekend, hopefully. I don't know. That card's pretty nice. Was Deadly Cover Up. It's pretty nice. Was the Rise of Sozin or the Last Ronin. Tried ramping was ISIL, but this could be better. Yeah. Yeah, we'll be building a little Saltai mid-range deck. Shahar was too early. He was too early with his Saltai pile. He was missing this set. Oh, another two mana artifact that gives you another artifact. That one's not as exciting though. In Sultai, you have the 3 mana instant speed spell that feeds cover up. I know, but that one is one more card and ramps you. It's a pretty big deal. Now you can play both. Mickey and Dunn Party Planners, 4 mana, free. Blue or green, War 2. You may look at the top of your library at any time. You may play lands and cast Mutant Turtle from top of your library. If you cast a creature spell, this with a creature. Oh. You only get to play an extra lands. So that alone's kind of rough. You just played on turn 4 and then it dies to shoot the sheriff, but still trade even on mana. Mutant Ninja I don't know. I mean, it's good for the tribal deck. I don't know. I gotta see the rest of the set, I guess. You can cast sneak spells with this. Oh, when you're attacking? Probably not playable, but Throne should that 4 mana War 2 can get there, yeah. Throne has nice supporting cast though. Mickey and Leo, Chaos in Order. Whenever you put a counter on a creature you control, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Works with Sprite Mate. Works in that. Where's the green deck? Golgari counters. Mutagen Man, Uro. More maps. Earthbending. Siege, Pursuit. Also works with Sprite Mate. Can you trigger it on 2? Whenever you put a counter on a creature you control. Is there anything in Standard that lets you go turn 1 something, turn 2 this, draw cards? Turn 1 Chocobo doesn't work. You have to play your land first. Hex that instant speed, yeah. Triggers the Saddle Dock for 1 green. Ugh. Alright, well. We'll try that Golgari counter deck on Thursday. The Blight guy. The elf, the one mana elf cards. It's kind of nice. What colors looks the best for limiteds? Not sure. We kind of stopped after white. White was looking pretty decent. Like all the uncommons looked pretty pushed. Northwind Avatar, is that a new Niv-Miz? 5 mana blue red into 5/5 flying dragon spirit avatar. When this creature enters, if you cast it, you may put a card unit from outside the game into your hands. Yeah. Paw Patch Recruit. 2/1 whenever a creature you control becomes a target of spell ability. That protects it, but Shenron, a bit of Shenron vibes. Wish on a Stick is interesting. Is it? 5 mana, 5/5 flying, you get a sideboard cards. Yeah, I guess. Just hate cards or cheap removal. Maybe I'm hating a little too easily. Yeah, it might be good. Also, like, people play Wan Chi Tong in sideboard, so 5/5 flying for 5, get my follow-up, 6 mana Wan Chi Tong. That's good. Maybe some kind of one-sided sweeper, get a roll. Thanks, Rhino. Guys, did you know that if a card is an avatar, you cannot get it with Black Overlords? Put another one in your sideboards. Oh yeah, they're not legendary. Is this the new Avarax? So what's the optimal count? Is it 1 main, 3 sideboard? 2 main, 2 sideboard? Or 3 main, 1 sideboard? 3/1? Probably. Honestly, actually, that card seems pretty good. Kind of sick that. But then what are you going to do? Fill up your sideboard with like 5 and 6 mana cards? Ashling Throne Dragons. Bunch of bullets. I like having a sideboard, functional sideboard. Getting a duress, yeah. Getting like graveyard hate, like a lantern. Alright. Next, now, wait, I got one for you. Compare that to a card called Quantum Riddler. How does it compare? Would you ever put the first copy of that card before the Force Riddler in your deck? Sorry for killing the vibe. I don't know. I mean, obviously there's spots where it's going to be better than Riddler. I don't know. Interesting card. I could see play. You know people are going to play it. Like in Jeskai Soup. Like it's a fun card. It's a cool card. Does Riddler draw Jeskai Rev? Yeah, but what's the? Are you going to put like? How many like 5+ mana cards are you going to put in your sideboard to make your like dragon playable? It does turn the dragon cards. Yeah, that's a good point. That's cool. Not a dragon. What's a good 2 Pioneer deck for MTGA? I don't know. I've not been following Pioneer. Take a look at MTG Goldfish. Glyph has claimed to be a survivor of an alien war, a deposed minister of weather, and the last of the dinosaurs. Whatever the truth, his origin stories always bear a lesson. I don't get it. I'm too dumb. I'm gonna play Northwind Avatar with Go Ninja Go. Except you have to cast it to get the trigger. Because he's getting sideboard guards like lessons. Yeah, good one. Pizza Face Gastromancer. Random uncommon. 10 sack. You gain 15 life. Broken. The Punk Frogs. The Putrid Pawls. Raph and Leo's sibling rivals. When it attacks, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, untap one or two target attacking creatures. After their phase, there's an additional combat phase. So it's the FOMO ability, except you get to untap two creatures. You don't need the ability. Could be good, right? Could be role player. A lot of damage or toughness. Just seems like a decent magic card. That is trash. I think that's gonna impact standards. I didn't call it trash. Palm spells get juiced. White or red too. It's kind of nice if you curve that into Nava Hellkite. It's a good one to curve into. Raph and Nikki Troublemaker 7 mana. 7/7 trample haste. When it attacks, reveal a card from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card. Put that card in battlefield, tap it, attacking. Not a bad one to reanimate. I mean, it's probably worse than Arden. A little cheaper to cast. Italy vibes. It's good in a random encounter deck. Yeah, he's trample. I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna make or break an archetype. Just potential role player, probably nothing special. Splinter Radical Rat. All right, our hybrid Orzhov Splinter card. If an ability of a ninja creature you control triggers, it triggers an additional time. Blue and one target ninja can't be blocked this turn. Oof. So that works with Kaido? No, it's not a trigger. I'm silly. There's the free 2 that exiles a creature. That one's gonna be tough, probably. Free mana is a lot. I mean, there's some cool triggers, but free mana is just so many. Just unplayable card, probably, right? Tainted Treats, instant, black, green, and one, destroy target artifact or creature. Cool. Putrefy, someone said in chat, if this mana value was 4 or less, create a food token. So basically, putrefy and you get a food token? This 2 mana splinter is just better, yeah. Is that something we're interested in? I would assume so. Pre-drag. Black green get a new tool. You probably don't play a million of them. Who's playing artifacts? Either lessons, obviously. There's just not that many artifacts in standard, actually. So you can't afford to play too many. Because you can't afford to just overpay for your Doom Blades. Food tokens on nothing. Playing in Pursuits. Looks like the Lessons deck are going to take a hit. Tainted Treat. That's 5/4. Hexproof. The black enchantment removal that has sneak. Looks like his lesson's about to get much worse. We do have mails from Pulse Legal and Standard. Good call. Tokai and Razar, terrible twos. Oh, I saw that card. I think that's the one they send you by email, though. This spell cannot be countered. Free 2 for black-red hybrid. So 2 black, 2 red, a red and a black. Spells can be countered. Nice against Spell Snare, obviously. Menace. Nice was Ninjutsu. Just good aggressive creature. Whenever a player casts a spell, if the amount of mana spent to cast it was less than its mana value, Tokai deals free damage to that player. So it's good against Riddler. Riddler, Evoke. It's good against Grand Grand. Good against Grand Grand and Artist Talent Reduction. Sneak, obviously. Good against Shiko. Good against Flashback of Rhythm. Works versus Harmonizer. Warp. Nursery, not a huge, I mean, free damage when you're playing a beatdown deck. I don't know, not a huge deal. Works against the Spelementals. Works against Momo. Stops Bant Airbending from being able to combo. I don't know. That's way more than I thought it would be. You can still harmonize for 2. Or maybe it doesn't work against harmonize. I don't know. I just said that because it seemed like it would. Good against Kaido as well. John counters. Let's go. Oh, did we ever follow up on how Mardu Dragon's guy did? Well, he went 0-free and he was in chat yesterday, and I just said, you know, sorry for your bad run or whatever. Yeah, Legendary is a bummer because that one you would play 4 of. Like, Art's really seems really solid. Play like 2 and 2, maybe 2 and 1, 2+1. Chrome Dome, 2 mana, 1 free, other artifact control gets +1/+0. Too bad it's not +1/+1. 5. Create a token that's a copy of another target artifact you control. That token can say sacrifice it. So it's an anthem, it's a creature itself, and it's a late game mana sink. Broadcast seized. Initiate, seek, and destroy protocols. I mean, that card's fine. We'll probably play it in our affinity deck. See if the affinity things has legs. At some point, all these affinity cards in center have to see play. I mean, not if there's not the good 0 and 1 mana artifacts. Or something like this. Everything pizza. 2 mana artifacts. Food. When this artifact enters search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it in your hand and shuffle. And one of each color, 2 in sack, 2 in tap, 7 mana in tap. Sack this artifact, target players gain 3 life and draws a card. Each of your opponent discards a card. This artifact deals 3 damage to any target, but 3. I mean, we had something like that, right? It was it was what, the green enchantment that did a bit of the bear thing. Does anyone want that cards? You have to be 5 colors. It's like some 5-color soup mid-range control it, like Ali Eldrazi that deck. Ali Eldrazi likes this. Fix your mana, plays one of each basics. Fix your mana in the early game, value in the late game. Playing 5 colors, you probably don't have a million basics in your deck. I don't know. Role player. Henchbots. 2 free for 4. When it enters, exile target top creature and open control until this creature leaves the battlefield. Krang Utrim Warlord. 9 mana. Flying, trample, and indestructible in haste. It's a 9/9. Other artifacts you control have trying, trample, and indestructible in haste. It's like a reanimate target, tinker target. That was good because of Yorion, yeah. Omni Cheese Pizza, 2 mana food. When this artifact enters, draw a card. 1 tap sack, add 1 mana of any one color. So it's kind of a weird 2 mana prismatic sphere. And then you can also gain life. Yeah. The Ooze, that's a card that Predrag had in his black green counters deck. 2 mana artifact, legendary artifact. You can tap it to exile a card from a graveyard and create a mutagen token. Honestly, that ability alone is... Nah, mutagen's not card advantage, never mind. It does make a lot of artifacts. Technically, there's something in the yard, which there might not be on turn 2, especially if you're playing an artifact deck. Whenever a creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it leaves the battlefield, create a mutagen token for each +1/+1 counters on it. Yeah, I don't know. Seems like a fine card. Skateboard. What does Boots do? Is that one just better than Boots? That ability might be better than the Ward one. When the turn you get it with Saga, you get to tap something instead of getting Ward 1. Tap a permanent too. You could even be playing in counter spells or something. Tap a land. I could see that card being better than Ward 1. You can even like tap your own stuff, tap your own Grand to loot. The Technodrome. A free reach trample for 2. This creature can't attack or block unless its power is 6 or greater. Tap, sack another artifact, draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Oh, but it's a creature, so that's summoning sickness. Eh. Strong engine. I don't know what strong engine. Engine, sorry, my bad. Engine. Obsessive Pursuit plus Technodrome. Yeah. It's a lot of doing nothing for a lot of time. Ooh, the turtle van, my favorite when I was a kid. My brother had it. The turtle van that the, the roof opens and stuff, and Madame Null plus Technodrome. Yeah, it was so good. Turtle van, free mana vehicle, 4/4. Whenever this vehicle attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature that crewed it. This turn. Then if that creature is a mutant, ninja or turtle, double the number of +1/+1 counters on it and its crew 1. Could be good. Weathermaker. That looks intriguing. Free mana artifact landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, put a charge counter on this artifact. Tap adds 1 mana of any color. Tap, remove 2 charge counters for this, add 2 energy. Taps, remove 3 charge counter from this, it deals free damage to any target. So it's a mana stone that just starts shooting stuff every now and then. The van could be a sideboard card for turtles against control, yeah. I mean, if you're playing green, you've got the one that rams. That's pretty strong. Yeah, I don't know if this is better than like Cornucopia if you're playing green. A bolt every 3 lands is like, there's not a lot of fetch lands. Maybe modern? Crew 1 is nice though, turn your elf into an actual threat. Yeah, true. Crew 4 is not trivial. Turn 1 elf, turn 2 this. And for you, crew is elf. But it's not doubling the counters. Dimension X. Lands enter tapped. You gain a life. Okay, so it's just gain life. Dual lands, or they do something different? Opposite colors. Escape tunnel, reprint. Oh, there's a rare land. Northampton Farm. Land taps for colorless. 1 tap, exile target creature you own. 2 tap, sacrifice this land. Return a creature exiled with this land to the battlefield under your control. Return each other creature exiled with this land to its owner's hand. That card seems decent. It's like kind of like a much better version of like a really old land, right? What's the land I'm thinking of? And then Turtle Lair, taps for colorless, add 1 mana of any color, spend this mana only to cast a ninja or turtle spell. Free tap for ninja coming black this turn. Core Haven? Nah. Safe Haven. Land, 2 tap, exile target creature you control. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may sack this land. If you do, return each exile card with this land. Yeah. Except it didn't even tap for mana. Comes into play untapped. Good against spot removal, good against sweeper. It kind of works with warp, I guess. You warp a Riddler and then you exile it. Not sure it's very efficient. All right, should we do a recap? Try and do a recap of every card that look decent. Agent Bishop Man in Black, that's the big Luminarch Aspirants. Probably not super great for standard right now. We had the last Ronin's Technique. 4 mana instant, you get free Ninja Turtle. And the sneak cost is spades for 2, enters attacking. That card seems really, really decent, honestly. This even lets you play at instant speed on like turn 4. Just end of turn this, on tap, play Enduring Curiosity or something, just win the game. That card seems really solid. The Leonardos were like maybe playable in small number because they're legendary and they're not like overly powerful, but they're fine. There's a Leonardo Cutting Edge for like the life gain decks. Leonardo Sewer Samurai lets you replay as many creatures as you want to turn from your graveyard if they have power of toughness 1, so just good late game cards. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty expensive, but it also hits hard. Can sneak it into play for a lot of damage. There was Leonardo's Technique. I can bring back, I mean, Jeskai Oculus is an obvious one. Maybe it's just a value card. You bring back up to 2 target creatures that cost 3 or less. You can bring back stuff like Sephiroth or I don't know. Sneak it for 2 or pay 4. Prehistoric Pet seems like one of the most exciting cards for the ninja decks. 1 mana, 1/2, can't be blocked by creature with greater power. I guess it can be blocked by what? Gene Pollinator. What else blocks it without dying in standards? Basically only Gene Pollinator, right? I guess other pets versus pets. And then it has a like mid-game ability that just wins you the game if it goes unchecked in some spots. Sally Pride Lioness Leader is just good 5 mana powerful cards. Arguably worse than Elspeth, but it can hit much harder. It can be much more damage. Oh yeah, Grand blocks it too. It's kind of a bummer. The turn chord Kuniochi. That one's pretty solid. It's like one of these creatures that exiles other creatures. Except if you paid the sneak cost, it exiles forever. Does machines could be good in artifact decks. Like when we saw it, we hadn't seen all the other artifact stuff. But there's actually a decent bit of artifact stuff, of playable artifact stuff, so try it in standards. Honestly, seems powerful enough to maybe play in small numbers in modern as well. It's a lot of value. Does machine seems good with Oculus. Does it? What artifacts are you returning in your Oculus deck? I mean, there's much better enablers, right? I think. Krang Masterminds. Probably your top end in that affinity deck we're gonna try and build, that people are gonna try and build. Draws a lot of cards, hits hards. What else in blue? That's pretty much it. Oh, the fact that it like just almost auto casts it, but it doesn't, right? Oculus is 6. I agree if it like somehow soloed put 6 cards in your yards. Yeah, that would be nice. You could just play it on curve somehow. Alright, what did black have? Death in the Family, 2 mana instant, exile target creature's mana value 3 or less. Gonna be see some play surely. The Dream Beavers is a lot of damage. Cries one, good one was Pixie, good one was Nanjutsu, it flies. Damage is gonna add up surely. I was thinking it would maybe be worse than the 1/1 Surveil that draws you a card when you exile it from your graveyard, but I mean we've seen Hopeless Nightmare, how much like that 2 damage matters. I thought the Rat King Verminister could be interesting in Modern, which the fetch lands. You play it, it's just threats on its own, and you can rebuy an Archon and a Traxa. Maybe in Gorios it could be a decent too, but kind of competes with stuff like Emperor of Bone, so um, I don't know, maybe there's a tribal rat deck in Modern at this point. Maybe there's enough good rats. I don't know. I don't know if there's good rat lords or whatnot. Think even ignoring the second and third part of Does Machine is still pretty good. Mill 2, draw 2, discard 2, that is not good. I mean, I disagree. I don't think so. Shredder's Technique, pretty nice removal spell. 3 mana sorcery or 1 mana sneak. Destroy target creature or enchantment. If an enchantment was destroyed this way, you lose 2 life. Obviously, a lot of good enchantment in standard right now. So the flexibility is nice, and the potential 1 mana is nice, but I mean, it's not like sneak is a free. It's pretty big cost still, so I don't know. That one's like, maybe in very small numbers you can afford to play, but I'm not super excited about it. Saswin Avatar, I was kind of hyping it up a bit, thinking maybe white black could be good. I think white black could line up well against some decks basically. Like you kill the green landfall deck before they kill you was an infinite combo, or your white black deck, so you just naturally line up well against Is It Prowess that did really well last weekend. Splinter, Hamato Yoshi, 1 free menace for 2. Other ninjas you control get +1/+1. Decent Lord, decent stats, sneak 1. Legend, but small numbers could be good. Red at the Casey Jones Vigilante for red red 1 for free. Could enable some monument stuff. Could be good in the Ragless Monument deck, something similar. Could be good in Modern too, as Hollow One or whatnot. Cool Baruds could be good in Ragless Monument or Decent Engine. People are excited about that card. I was kind of excited and I read it and I feel like maybe it's all too clunky. But I'll probably be wrong because have historically some pretty bad takes on preview. Demir seems like it gets a bit better with this set. Well, it's a lot of Esper ninja cards with Kaido. But it could be that all of it ends up being too bad against cards like Hex and Firebending Lesson. And the Esper Pixie deck, I think, had a kind of a bad green landfall matchup, I think. And it might not be like powerful enough to fix all that stuff, but we'll see. Red had a few nice artifact cards. I was happily surprised. I don't think it's going to be good enough, but Master Foundry makes 2 tokens and then a third one potentially. No, makes 2 tokens. You can maybe bounce it with Boomerang Basics. Maybe that card's just not good enough though. Maybe it's too hard to make it leave the battlefield consistently. It is still 2 artifacts for affinity for 1 permanent, but I think that's not good enough. Cool virus for a lesson deck? I don't think so. People are saying that. I don't think so. The Ravenous Robot's kind of like Iconoclast, 2/1 artifact for 2 whenever you cast an artifact spells. You get a 1/1 artifact, can haste your tokens. A little problematic that Pyroclast and Ares Demonstration and stuff are legal and played, so that just might be a non-starter, honestly. That just make the artifact deck just unplayable. And then that Wingnut Bat on the Belfry card just can potentially attack for a lot of damage. Pair was a 1-drop on turn 3. Pair it was Voice of Victory, attack for like 9 damage on turn 3 potentially. If you're living the dream. Green had the Letterhead Swarmstalker as like not convinced at first, but 5/4 trample was hexproof for 4, and then it destroys enchantment and artifacts when it deals damage. So good against Lesson, good was Harmonizer, just hexproof creature was trample. Good was hex counters, good was Uro counters. Could just be miserable for Lessons to ever beat that card. Not bad at attacking Raw either. What makes the artifact decks unplayable? Well, Uro's Demonstration and Pyroclast team. I mean, if you're going wide with the 1/1s, you might just get wrecked by 1 Uro's Demonstration. Let alone if the artifact deck is actually kind of good and people respect it, then it's even worse. But the fact that there's just incidental, like, splash damage from these kind of cards that are already played is rough. And a lot of the green stuff people had lists for me already. There's Mona Lisa in a Cauldron Shell, tried to make infinite mana with Sleep Curse Fairy or Valley Flood Color. I got a couple lists. Green cards already had also had a bunch of counter cards. New Michelangelo, the Mickey, Mutagen Man, Living Ooze, the Ooze. Just decent counter stuff overall. The weapons manufacturer line makes it a bit more flexible against board wipes in Thunderflock. Yeah. Oh yeah, Thunderflock's another one. Jeez. Yeah, maybe you have to just go weapons manufacturing way. But manufacturing doesn't trigger off tokens, right? Oops. What else did green have? The Bovine, taps for 2 mana. What did I miss? I missed the technique. Oh yeah, Michelangelo's technique, 5 mana, kind of collected company type of cards. Except you can hit big creatures, so it's not as restrictive in deck building. They even talk about that card in Titan in Modern somehow. Probably not very good in Modern though. No, but you can ultimate test on turn 3 was Drum, yeah. What creatures are you tapping? Was Drum? Turn 1 Drum, turn 2. How does that work? Testing a Jeskai artifact deck, really interested in adding those machines, Ravenous Robots, and Crane, yeah. Yeah, we'll try an artifact deck. We're gonna try Esper Ninja, we'll try an artifact deck, we'll try the counters deck, we'll try the Mona Lisa decks. I want to try a blue-green Sultai midrange deck with Lessons from Life, draw free and ramp. Bebop and Rocksteady looks like it'd be a role player. Just hybrid likes to play in a lot of different decks. Dark Leaving Shredder is another addition to the Esper Ninja decks. What else do we have? Go Ninja Go is kind of cool with Riddler, kind of cool with Shiko. Made that Jeskai shell. Yeah, you can share in Discord. Also, I just like answering these questions on stream, honestly. It makes for a discussion on stream, and this way I don't spend my time off stream answering to questions on Discord, even though, I mean, I don't mind doing it, but my preference is just ask me that stuff while I'm streaming. The Last Ronin could be good with lessons from life. Maybe a little worse than The Rise of Sozin, but another kind of sweeper saga. Dark Leo looks good on its own almost. Let's see. Turn 2, I play 1/3 for 1 in black. When it attacks, it has Death Touch. Yeah, you clear it away. It's like kind of an engine. And then it just solos someone. Takes a while. Takes a while. Dice to like a bunch of removal. I don't know. Never figured out if there's an actual Mutant Ninja Turtle deck that's where you just play Mickey and Don and try to pop off with it. Mickey and Leo Kiss in order. That card could be cool. It works with +1/+1 counters or blight counters. Nice build around cards. The Northwind Avatar, 5/5 dragon for 5. Kind of competes with Riddler at that casting cost, but pretty cool card. Tutors cards from your sideboards. And it's not legendary, so you can chain them if you have another one in your sideboards. You got Ref and Leo. It's vanilla in the fact that it doesn't do anything the turn it comes into play, but I don't know, it's tough. You need to untap Wizard and with other creatures. Or just cast a haste creature like Tersa. There's a bunch of good haste creatures in standards. Nova Hellkite. Tainted Treats, Putrefy. Maybe that card you play in small numbers, so a little flexibility on your removal spell. Tokai and Razor's Terrible 2s hits a lot of stuff, but is a 2-drop legend, so that's always awkward. My card seems worth it. We're seeing like Warp, Gran reduction cost, Artist Salon reduction cost. If you're replaying free spells with Shiko, if you're playing a Warped Harmonizer, if I don't know, there's just a lot it hits. I think the 1-drop blue artifact that taps is kind of neat with Tezzeret. Oh yeah, plot card, slick shot. It stops airbending combo, right? Um, all head crazy. Welcome to the chat. Northampton House kind of good with the elemental incarnations now. Put your Riddler in the seat and pop in, brings the elves randomly. Yeah, it's all slow, but Chrome Dome's not our payoff for artifact cards, but it's like a lot of 2-mana cards, so the Ooze, good in the counters deck potentially. The skateboard could honestly be a better Lavispor Boots for modern. Tapping a permanent when it comes into play might be better than the Ward one. Turtle Van Weathermaker kind of fine, and then yeah, I mean 1 tap is a lot. Two mana basically. You're spending 2 mana to exile that creature. Um, it's pretty slow. It taps for colorless. I don't know. It might have home though. Yeah, the Drake is nice. That's two artifacts for one card. Yeah, that's the old version, I guess. I was gonna say where are the new cards, but oh, it's just the old version. Yeah, we tried these decks a bit. They're always like pretty bad. But you got a better payoff in Krang now and maybe more enablers. Yeah, no zeros is rough. A deck like that could probably be good against like part of the meta. You get to play like reasonable removal. I don't know. We get to try a bunch of things at least. That and stuff that doesn't seem that gimmicky. It might just not be powerful enough, but little mid-range control tap out, little ninja, Esper, Kaido stuff, an artifact deck, the counter stuff. Which one do you like? Surveillance. One mana, blue, one blue flash. When this artifact enters or leaves the battlefield, you may tap on tap target creature. Stag, draw two cards. Yeah. I don't know, maybe Krang's just busted somehow. Just do stuff, curve into it on. What's the best you can do? Turn one drum. No. Sure, turn one drum, turn two. Pinnacle. Another drum. And a one mana cards. So you have two drums, two lands, two tokens, and a mana card. That's five. So you can cast turn free Krang. Yeah, Krang with zero mana cards would be kind of. I mean, you could just play four Mox Jasper. Just literally to empty your hand and cast Krang. Maybe not four. Maybe at least one though. The first Mox Jasper might be decent. If only this was a dragon and not a drake. Honorary dragon? Maybe you have enough sack fodder that you can afford to play four Mox Jasper. enough ways to like just sack it and trigger and yeah. Oh, the Walker. This lands enter tapped, taps for colorless, tap. We had the Walker in our deck, I think. Feels like the first one's got to be worth it if you're gonna play Krang. First one or two. Here, I'll get that one, so I'll have the base. Can go from there. Can I already somehow copy these ones on Arena? I doubt it. Correct. Was Necros DCC? What's the CCC for? Mona Lisa Science Geek. How do I remove do I just kids have figured it out. I'm way too smart. Hey, what? That just delete it? Maybe copy plain text. Alright. I guess I have to bring out the big guns. Have to use my secret tool. The text. Defeat it. Yeah, sorry for spoiling the tech to the world. That deck has a lot of I'm just gonna copy paste it in the standard discords. That one has too many new cards. All right. It's stream tomorrow, by the way, on the Ultimate Guard Live channel. Go give them a follow. I'll be on for at least a couple hours. I might play some blue black mid range. The lists that won. I don't even know who won. Is it Marcelo? Is it our hero Marcelo who won it all was mid range, or is it another mid range player? Oh, Marcelo won. Very nice. Congrats. Yeah. Blue black mid never dies. I'm not surprised that he was playing. I would have assumed like the best version of the deck had at least some copies of Flitterwing Nuisance or whatever that card is called, the one that draws you cards that comes as a counter. Like I would have thought the first copy was better than a Sea Sail, for instance. I mean, it's not because you won with Zealots that it's not. Maybe it is, but is it prowess? Is it lessons? The prize breakers, players just broke it. Price of freedom. I'm vindicated. Best lesson finisher. One price of freedom main. Two Wan Shi Tong. One price of freedom sideboard. Let's go. I actually was kind of dubious of the version without blue talent. He still survives shock. Yeah, but you already have so many creatures that die to shock. Does it really matter if you have one more? You see lessons with Cool Barud? I don't think so. I'm not even sure I see the Ragdos Monument deck with Cool Barud, but I could be wrong. Maybe it's better in lessons. You play Otter and Gran. You play Otter 1-drops to get the initial trigger. Let me read it again. It is not a bad follow-up to turn 1 Otter. Kind of nice was like you get to maybe play one of Riddler for the first chapter. Oh, I know it kills people kind of fast. Bit of an all-in card though. It's like pretty big investments. I usually, I mean, yeah, pretty all-in way of building a deck, but maybe it just works. What else could we build? Could just try a landfall, green landfall with some of the new cards. Does blue red prize gets anything? Ref? It's pretty mana intensive, I guess. I was gonna say Raft plus Wild Rides. It's kind of nasty. Flick shots, Raft Wild Ride out of nowhere. How much damage is that? 2, 3, 6. It is 16 damage. Frostcliff Siege plus Raf and Leo plus Rare Raf. What does the Rare Raf do? Oh yeah, that one I didn't talk about when we recapped, but yeah, that one it's reads just pretty simple, but yeah, just gonna be the best deck in standard. Just bunch of hasty turtle at your face. Don't play too many. They're legends, but the lesson from life. I like the art. The art's so cool too. Getting to play that card in paper. Whenever you cast a turtle spell, untap this creature 5/9 for 5, ward 2. When it attacks, drop plus free sun. Blossoming Tortoise. Alright, from the Spider-Man set. 2/2 for 2, Spider Boar Hero. You get a foods, your turtles get +1/+1. There is Ace 6/7 in that set. They were ahead of their time. Kang and Shredder. 9 mana Krang was tune up. Just all in. Prage. Spontaneous. So is there a payoff besides Mickey and Dawn for being Mutant Ninja Turtles in blue and or green? Yeah, Krang against Bounce Off. Oh my god. Boomerang Basics. Nice deck. The enchantment. What's the enchantment already? Oh, +2/+2. It's pretty hard. A turtle duck's looking pretty swole. Too bad that one's not a turtle itself. It should just have been a changeling or something. And pump itself. Could try the Jeskai cards too. Could try the Northwind Avatar. Could try Go Ninja Go with like a Riddler and Shiko. Is there anything else that's good with the Jeskai deck? Some good like 2 or 3 mana spells. I don't know, there's a bunch of decks in standard that's just like kind of goldfish and do what they do very well, and this set kind of has that. Odds are it's going to be a little too slow compared to Cub Rhythm, compared to Green Landfall, compared to Prowess, but you never know. Worth a try. Some of these arts are pretty cool. Not a huge fan of the pizza lands, not gonna lie. Any of them have pineapple? Let's see. Does it say on the flavor text what they? One looks like it has banana or pickles, pickles and flour. This looks like a piece of Snickers or something. Snickers, banana, flour, little tomato sauce. That one looks like onion, anchovies, and moldy pepperonis. That one has like sus mushrooms, olives, and I don't know what that thing is. A little black, like maybe eggplants, undercooked eggplants, mussels. Oh, those are mussels. That makes sense. Funny how this would be cringe even for hard. I don't think it's cringe, but I don't know. I don't really think things are cringe in general. Welcome to chat and Pusis. How do I report a challenge? That one looks vaguely normal. Oh no, never mind. It's berries. Strawberries and chorizo? You're just not ready for it, Beyond. You gotta broaden your horizons and use your imagination a little bit when you cook pizza. Raspberries, yeah, did I say strawberries? And this one has broccoli, some green peppers, and kiwi. Should I do a cooking stream where I just try all the recipes, the pizza recipes from the lands? Dude, if I made a YouTube video, I'd probably get like 200,000 views or something. A cooking video of me trying baking and rating the pizza recipes from the lands. It'd just be GG. There, I gave you the $1,000 idea, Doomwake, or whoever wants to do it. Just easy. Just gotta do it now. It's the hard part though. I gotta make sure I get the ingredients right though. Also, what kind of cheese do they use? It almost looks like cheddar. Looks like cheddar cheese. That really looks like mozzarella. You'd pay for the ingredients. American cheese. Commander's plate. Not all edible things are fragile. Equip creature gets +3/+3 and has protection from each color that's not in your commander's color identity. Equip commander free, equip 5. So it's an armor made out of pizza? It is probably pretty confusing and distracting to fight someone who's just covered in pizza. Not gonna lie. Let's see. What cheese does the turtle mutant ninja turtle eat on their pizza? Donatello likes mushrooms, green peppers, and onions with a side of hot wings. Michelangelo likes Hawaiian pizza, Canadian bacon, and pineapple extra cheese. Raphael likes pepperoni, mushrooms, green pepper, and he adds red pepper flakes. Leonardo likes veggie pizzas. Wow. Sounds like the artists got it wrong. Someone beat me to it. Mozzarella cheese. A healthier pizza option for. Remember, even though Mutant Turtle might put licorice and granola on his pizza, we don't condone the combination. Prevent Cancer Foundation. All right. Any opinion on Blue Eyed Live Game Mail with the new cards? What are the new cards besides the new Leonardo? Like the mill half your opponent's deck cards. The the best card in the set, Kitsune's technique. Probably still really bad. Hello, Chernobyl. Look at this stream. He has broken it for me. Nah, I doubt, and nothing sounded super broken, but there's a few things to try. Said broke us. Speak for yourself, Rhino. Said definitely broke Siege Rhino. He's been complaining about it for months already. You won the tech, Jose? Sultai mid-range. Sultai mid-range was 4 lessons from life. And then you get to play the last Ronin. And the second chapter mails for a card, so you can mail some more Esper Origins. Urban Evolution. I mean, Urban Evolution saw play when it was legal, and I mean, you reduced the cost by 1. Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was playable the first time it was legal, and they got reprinted and it was not really playable. Forget. What about trying to make a top 10? Let's see. As a recap, as a final recap. The last Ronin's technique. That card could be strong, and it's not a legend, so you can actually play more than one in your deck. Prehistoric pets. Could be good. Turncoat Kuniochi. I don't know about that one. I'll put it on for now. See if we even get to 10 cards. Top 10 for standards. I'm not gonna add does machines, but Krang Masterminds. Let's add that one to the list. Maybe Death in the Family. Probably doesn't make the cut though. And then Dream Beavers. So many choices for that Esper deck though, even just blue-black. I would the Southwind Avatar, but probably not 4 mana cards. It's a lot. I also don't want to put any of the legends because they're just unless they're really, really busted. I guess you gotta have Cold Butt Rouge. Gotta cover my bases. Even if it's not busted, it might just make some decks better still. Maybe Ravenous Robot. And maybe just the Mouse or Foundry too. Leatherhead is a legend, but it could still be up there as high impact. That Michelangelo is a legend, but that one's like kind of a real build around that you really want to draw in. Weirdness to E11. Michelangelo's technique, I guess. Even though yes, Mona Lisa could be a build around, but that deck's probably gonna be a bust. Mutagen is another one that's legendary, but Mutagen Man Living Ooze. But it's maybe worth building around. Yeah, I was feeling a bit. Wow, 0 likes. GG. Sorry, Ultimate Guard, I tried. More legends. Go Ninja Go could do cool things. Lessons from Life. Best card from the set, hot take. Mickey and Leo. Chaos and Order. Okay. The Northwind Avatar. That's way more than 10 cards. Oh, way more. I don't think a lot of these cards are just legends. TMNT tree not good enough. Rough and Leo legend. Alright, how many cards we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That's fine right now. Best card in the set. Chad, best card in the set. Most impactful card for standards. Most likely to change the meta. Beavers. Which one's Kitsune? The turncoat? No. Cool Butterwood's got to be up there. That's potential, even if I'm a little down on it right now. Blue Black Control you were playing. No, but I want to try Sultai Control was the draw free Ram card, even though it's very like nothing special. Could be good though. First trade Blue Black. I mean, I don't know. There's the removal spell, I guess. Death in the family. I don't know if that's something you need though. Letterhead just because of the lessons hate. Yeah, Letterhead could be it. Trample was Harmonizer. Trample Hexproof was Harmonizer. So I feel like there's just no counterplay. They just play their Hexproof card and then on tap play Harmonizer, play a fetch land, and you just have so little time to interact. Letterhead is up there. I agree. Oh, Kitsune is the mail card. I like the technique. I have the technique up there. Free tokens at instant. Is there even a card that? Yeah, there's probably a card that puts free tokens at instant speed. I guess maybe I like the pet better than the. Some of that stuff. It's all this stuff. Some of it feels like a package like Krang and the artifact stuff. Maybe Krang is the big one though. The big payoff the artifact deck was missing. I put lessons from life at 10. And then out of the token cards, which one's the most likely to maybe the most versatile and see playing the most number of decks? No Bebop and Rocksteady. I didn't want to put too many of the legends unless they're like strong builder rounds. I'm not sure Bebop fits that role. You don't see Prehistoric Pet being a card, really? I think it's an enabler for your non-jitsu stuff. And then it's also a one drop that scales in the late game that can take over a game. The black super shredder card, just 1/1 for 2, I think is a non-starter. Just too bad of a base rate. Here say, please stop trolling. You get it. Space and lessons with Kulbar Roods. Maybe. Not sold on Kulbar Roods. Pop Go Ninja Go. Seems a little hard to set up, but it could be good with Chico, Riddler, Jeskai. Mm, the Beavers might be up there. See playing a bunch of different of the Kaido decks. Casey Jones fits in the Grixis Monument deck. Yeah, red black Grixis probably. I'm not sure you want to play too many though. Maybe Gun and Jago will just be really good just because everyone's playing creatures. Deals damage equal to the greatest power most critical to target creature and opponent controls. Choose one or both. Feels almost more like a sideboard card though. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Wait, what's Northwind Avatar? Did I put it twice? Oh, there's Southwind Avatar. Which one's the Southwind Avatar? Oh, it's that one. Huh. So how does that work? How does a Southwind Avatar work with gain life, lose life or something? Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses life. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses life. Whenever you gain, oh no, they do the same thing. Oh, I thought they did. Somehow I thought it did the opposite thing. Is there one that does reverse? Five drop. Whenever an opponent loses life, you gain that much life. Okay, so that's the one. So you already had a combo. So that free four is just a worse Starscape Cleric, basically. Whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. That's a way of giving haste to your silly creatures. Some of the big red creatures. A little slow though, but The red curiosity, the red enduring. Yeah, there's Cliff, true. There's Cliff now. If you're playing blue reds. It is kind of a bummer the pet gets blocked by Grain Grain and Gene Pollinator. Probably a few others. Even a 1-2 Chocobo. I didn't put the technique up there. All expensive to bring back an Oculus. Also getting back 2 cards once you have to face graveyard hate and stuff. We're excited for Ninja Turtles. I wouldn't say we're very excited, but there's a few things. Standard's gonna get a little shake up at the very least. Can the technique set up some kind of combo deck? I think it's another one that's good with Oculus. Oculus technique. I don't know. Multi-Oculus. Yeah, maybe. What other creatures are you putting into play? Yeah, I wasn't even planning on the sneak cost that much, just thinking if it's worth it for 5 mana. Mutagen Man, Obsessive Pursuit. I think that's in the counters deck. Free Mutagen Man, Obsessive Pursuit. Should we be even more all in on these cards? It is pretty nasty. That's my latest version. How good would Mutagen Man be in that deck? Turn 2 Mutagen Man. Turn 3 Sentinel, stack a map. Activate abilities of artifact tokens you control cost 1 less to activate. That one. Where are you? John Biotech. What other artifacts were we sacking? Landers cost one less. Meh. The Nye artifact has nothing. Yeah, it's just maps and mutagen tokens. Could be a nice addition. Yeah, I mean, why can we also make this a Beifong double combo deck? Beifong. Rental speaker is kind of nice with Beifong. What about technique in that deck? Anything good to bounce? Not really. Joshua isn't a bad card for the Leonardo technique deck. You lost me. How is Naya Artifact? I don't know. It's not very good. Thinking Gruel, Cool Barud using wheels like Pier and Hearth Elemental. Could be okay. Dump your hand, deals crazy damage, draw more cards. No scavenging ooze in our something had to go. We got the ooze, just not the scavenging ooze. Not even in your sideboard, you just straight up forgot about Lil Bro. What the best card in the deck. Scavenging ooze good for Mona Lisa Cauldron, is it? Scavenging ooze, fine card. Alright, I think I'm gonna call it a stream. I'll be on tomorrow on the Ultimate Guard Live channel. So if you want to give them a follow, it's Ultimate Guard Live. I'll be on probably Thursday, Friday. I'll be off Saturday. I'll probably be on Sunday. Oh, Thursday is early access, so that's gonna be fun. We get to try all the decks. I might do old modern or pre-modern, like waiting for the new set. I don't know, some draft, we'll see. Ultimate Guard Live is the name of the channel. I'll start around my usual starting time and stream for a few hours, just parts of my obligation for but it's also cool because Wednesday's usually the day I take off, but this way I get to stream a little more. Wasteland Wednesday, etc. Oh, he's still tuning the Golgari deck. Kind of curious to see what's going on. How the lists evolve. Oh, what am I looking at though? Yep, that's the one. Yeah. All right, thanks for watching, everyone. Hope that was fun, interesting. I'd like not honestly, I didn't really know what the cards did, so that was a nice way to do that. Prepare the early access on Thursday. And yeah, if you have lists, I'll happily try them on Thursday. You can have them ready when I stream on Thursday, something that's easy to export to Arena. You can also post them in Discord, especially if you're not going to be around on Thursday and you still want me to try the lists. Just try and post an easy to use lists. Prankster, Arcasina Tech, that's from. You're really dedicated. I thought you were maybe trolling was the whole mail plan, but apparently you're not. Thanks. So yeah, the theory crafting's pretty fun. I enjoy it a lot too. It's more fun than the playing sometimes. But yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you later. Have a good one. Scatter.